His body is covered in slime. Another Nickelodeon host who got high on his own supply. When will it end?
You must be careful, Rebecca. The forest is full of zombies and monsters.
Zombies and monsters?
Zombies and monsters? What kind? Be more specific. Will I have to fight some sort of wolf man or invisible man? Maybe the creature from the Black Lagoon? Perhaps a Dracula? Ah, of course. Opera controls the leeches. Who doesn't know that? As a young lad, I too stood out in the rain and sang to control all of the little creatures and critters in my front yard. Truly a universal experience. I'm not a train conductor. I'm pretty sure you don't put the power switch on the roof, climbing along the top like it's the end of Mission Impossible. Why can't I open this fridge? Oh, is there gonna be someone in there? I've played Resident Evil 4. I know how this goes. Now, like I said, I'm not a train conductor or an engineer. I've never worked on a train, but I feel like this is not a real railway tool. I knew it. You can't scare me. I've played Resident Evil 4. I know your type. How could anyone forget the Oven Man? Dog, you cannot wear that. That would hurt to put on. I mean, it's a real cool ring, but is fashion really worth the pain?
This is Delta Team. This is Delta Team. We have gained control of the train. Over.
Understood.
Oh. Hi, Wesker. Hi, Birkin. Let me guess. You're behind it all. Alright, let's get these brakes going. Oh, I didn't know there would be math involved.
Who on earth are those people?
She's just a rookie, a member of STARS.
If Rebecca's just a rookie, then why do you keep a photo of her in your desk? You beach blonde weirdo. I don't believe you, Wesker.
Who are you?
It was I who scattered the T-virus in the mansion. Needless
Wait,
to say, I contaminated
so
the train.
this is the guy who was responsible for the outbreak at the Spencer Mansion?
On Umbrella.
I thought that was just an accident. You're telling me it was intentional now? Cool. That was information that didn't need to be shared.
10 years ago, Dr. Marcus was murdered by Umbrella. You helped them, didn't you?
10 years ago. How long has Wesker been working for Umbrella? I thought he was just like a police captain who was on the take. What's going on in this game? There's no music in this room. I don't trust it. Oh, hell yeah, I'll take the crank handle. Oh, I failed to consider the birds. Even Hitchcock considered the birds. Okay, you know what? I'll give that one to you. That one spooked me. Props. Oh no, it's a giant centipede. Are all the bosses in this game just gonna be giant bugs? Oh, okay, so Wesker's been in it for the long haul. When I said that he and Birkin were behind it all, I was kind of joking. But no, it does sound like this is all their fault. Well, of course. What educational facility would be complete without the giant chess room that poisons you when you move the wrong piece? Oh, personally, that was my least favorite part of university. Not because of the poison, I'm not very strong and I couldn't move the pieces. Okay, that's actually a really helpful diary entry. That actually helps clear things up. So, Marcus was working on a version of the T virus that used leech DNA, and he got paranoid that his research was going to be stopped, and then Umbrella either fired or killed him. Cool. Not sure where in that plan he thought to turn his office into a chessboard, but you know what? The dude clearly had some problems. I'm not here to judge. Oh my god, it's Shakma.
And Shakma. Shocking audiences everywhere.
It just doesn't make sense.
Stop cutting to Birkin and Wesker. We know that they're behind it all.
Impossible.
Resident Evil 1 didn't need this much setup. Everything that you need to understand that story is explained in that game.
Mr. Spencer's career will be over.
You're just like destroying the pacing for no reason.
Time has come at last.
Like, can you imagine if during Raiders of the Lost Ark they kept cutting to Walter and Elsa while they were trying to figure out where the Grail is? That'd be really stupid, wouldn't it? Or if during Alien they cut to the Xenomorph Queen on LV-426 just laying eggs. Also, if you've never played Resident Evil 1, then this gives away the twist that Wesker is working for Umbrella. And as a newcomer to the series, it would make sense to go through them numerically, right?
So did you execute those innocent people?
Forget about it. Doesn't matter anymore. That was then, this is now. Besides, you said you wouldn't judge me.
Billy, I was ready to forgive you for
I'm not
killing
judging
23
you,
people.
But
But it kind of sounds like you were a Contra, and I'm not sure that I can forgive that. You know, Rebecca, it would be a lot easier to move this box if you weren't standing in front of it. Just no thoughts, head empty, dreaming about Billy's sick tribal tat. Well, that's a good note, but it is a poor imitation of the stellar 4 Itchy Tasty note, which honestly is a perfect encapsulation of this game's not as good as the first one vibe. And that should open the door for us, right? Or it could move the entire observatory. Whichever one seems easier for you, I guess. Okay, now I need to go all the way back to the lobby to get the hook shot. Wow. Wouldn't it be so cool if there were some sort of box system that let you move items around without having to just drop them on the floor and remember where you put them? Okay, so Marcus disappeared in the late 70s to do leech experiments and fed Umbrella workers that he didn't like to them. Well, that explains the leeches, but it doesn't explain the giant scorpion or the giant centipede or the giant bat. Breeding room key. Wow, that is one of the creepiest names for a key that I've ever seen. I don't want that in my inventory. Please, no, please, just let me get in the cable car. Please, I just want to be done with this area. Oh. Well, there goes Billy. Guess I shouldn't have put all of my good weapons on him. Wow. That looks a lot like a tyrant. I wonder if I'll have to fight that.
You're alive.
Are you okay, Rebecca?
Hi, Enrico. How did you get here? This is the lab underneath Raccoon City.
If we go straight from here,
We had to
we should
take
arrive
a
at the
train and a
location
cable
which
car to
umbrella
get
used
here.
for research.
Wow. I can't believe I have to fight the tyrant. Who could have seen that one coming? Alright, let's see what's on this floor. Hey, this is under the training facility. Oh, okay. No, hold on. I was just in the lab from 2, which is underneath Raccoon City. I took a cable car there. And now I went directly up and I'm here. I thought the training facility was in like the middle of the forest. Also, I just saw Enrico in the RE2 lab, and he said that the Spencer Mansion was nearby. Where am... Oh, I'm so confused. Oh, hello. That's a big frog.
I live. Now I will have my revenge on Umbrella, and the world will burn in an inferno of hate.
Man, I don't want to be mean, Marcus, but your plan is kind of terrible.
Billy, can't handle sunlight. We need to open the windows.
I'm sorry, it's weak to the sun? Okay. Well, this is useless. This is one of the worst bioweapons out there. The leech seemed like a pretty formidable foe up until now. That seemed like something to be worried about, and now I just don't care. Okay, you know what? I'll take a Magnum instead of a rocket launcher. Give me a good one-liner, Billy. Come on, hit me.
Hey, Queenie! Feast on this!
Wow. That is atrocious. That may be the worst Resident Evil one-liner.
Hey, that must be the old mansion that Enrico was talking about.
Hey, it's the Spencer Mansion. I know that place. I clapped. Because it's a thing I know. Wait, hold on. Don't they say in RE1 that the Spencer Mansion is like a few miles from the outskirts of the city? Shouldn't you be able to see the city? Where is the city? Also, okay. With geography again. I was just in the lab from RE2, which is under the orphanage in the middle of the city. How did I get here? How did I get to the Arclay Mountains? I took a diagonal lift. No matter how diagonal it's going, it can't get me here. Oh my goodness, I'm so confused. How did I travel from underneath Raccoon City to the top of a mountain multiple miles away from the city in a single elevator ride? This just, oh my goodness, it makes no sense. I just have to not think about it. I was always led to believe that Resident Evil 0 was a bad game. And it's not. It's annoying. And it's dumb. And it's unnecessary. But I wouldn't say that it's really bad. As a prequel, it does very little to justify its existence. And its story is, even by Resident Evil standards, pretty terrible. The more that I'm sitting here thinking about it, the more baffled I am. Why are Wesker and Birkin even in this game? They didn't need to do anything. Their problem solved itself. Even if Billy and Rebecca didn't kill the Queen Leech, it's weak to sunlight. It would die as soon as it left the lab. It would misjudge the distance between the curb and the road, and it would trip and fall and die. Or it would get out into the forest, and a deer would headbutt it. For Wesker and Birkin, this is the video game equivalent of the ending of Burn After Reading. What did we learn? I guess we learned not to do that again, though I'm not sure what we did. Wow, look at that.
Was sent in to investigate.
Nothing but trees and mountains on the horizon.
Contact.
Look, Chris.
Again, I would like to ask, how did Billy and Rebecca get here on foot when the lab they were in was under the city? Also, shouldn't you be able to see the smoke from the exploded training facility?
Body of Kevin.
It would still be burning. Also, where's the mountain that Billy and Rebecca were on top of, which overlooks the Spencer estate?
Our search for
that mountain should be big enough that you can see it. No house is complete without the scream gates. Don't think I'm going to go that way. I'm just gonna let that guy be. Golden arrow. Oh man, I can make so many stand users with this bad boy. Surely nothing could be inside this bathtub of dirty water. I'll just stick my hand in there. Honestly, I just want to know how he got there. Like, you can infer that he killed himself, that makes sense. But why did he have his clothes on? Ideally, you want your zombies to drop as close to each other as possible, so you can burn multiple with one canteen use. Just like I didn't do with these two. Alright, come here, Poochie. Come real close. Okay, not that close. You tell your other friend to go away too. I overestimated my ability to hit you in close quarters with a close quarters weapon. Take notes, Resident Evil 0. This grenade launcher only takes up one slot, and you can put it in an item box when you don't need it. You don't need to just leave it on the carpet on the stairs of the main lobby. 4. Itchy Tasty. There have been several failed attempts at making Resident Evil into a, at least critically successful TV or movie franchise. And I always point to this note as the best example of why you cannot adapt Resident Evil into anything but a game. I think that this is one of the best notes in any video game. It gets its message across in very few words, and it sticks with you. It has an actual impact. It's so good that it's now recognized as an incredibly iconic term from the Resident Evil series. You cannot emulate the feeling of reading this note. There's an inherent mystery to the original Resident Evils. You walk into an unfamiliar place and you have to figure out what's going on. And that requires a lot of note reading and inspecting items, which would be kind of boring in a TV show or movie. Just stop trying to make it happen. It's not going to happen. George Romero was the king of the zombie movies, and he couldn't get it right. So maybe take that as a sign. Okay. There's a Crimson Head right here. Let's see if I can outrun him. Yeah, baby. Eat shit, Crimson Head. So, I need to be ready to book it once I put this bee into place. Because for some reason, when you use it as an item, it comes to life and makes Jill do a funky little dance.
What did this to you?
A big snake. And it had to be poisonous.
Now,
Poisonous?
I'm not a doctor,
Richard, hold on.
but I'm pretty sure that the section of your arm that's missing is more hazardous to your health than that snake venom
I'll
is.
go and get it, okay?
So, if I remember correctly, if you come to see Richard while playing as Chris, Rebecca's there with Richard. But since we're not playing as Chris, I don't think we are ever going to see Rebecca again. She already had her time to shine in RE0, and then Shinji Mikami decided that he didn't like her, and she never showed up again, which is a shame. I like Rebecca. So this is Yawn. He's a snake, as you can see. And it's a good thing that we healed Richard, because he's gonna do this whole fight for us. By himself. We just let him fight Yawn. Oh, rest in peace, Richard. You went out like a hero. Which is more than a lot of the other STARS members can say. But, from a gameplay perspective, we actually want him to die here, and not of the venom earlier. Because when he dies here, he drops a better shotgun than the one we have. Hi, Lisa. Bye, Lisa. Ow, she hit me with the backhand. What a jerk. Oh, right, I need the lighter for this puzzle. Did I just get poisoned by that spider's farting corpse? I don't think I've ever had that happen. So, this little gun. I remember someone telling me that if you keep it until the lab, it will kill the tyrant in one shot. And I've never tried that before. So why not today? So, this shark's name is Neptune, and previously we could run around Neptune, but now that he's knocked the key down, it's time to fry him, as all fish should be. Right. I forgot that I would have to do chemistry. Shoot. So, if you don't do the chemistry to make the V-Jolt and use it on Plant 42 before the fight, you actually have to fight it. But I don't want to have to fight it. So I'm just gonna dump some chemistry on it beforehand. Now, because we used the V-Jolt, Plant 42 gets to die a cutscene death. We don't have to waste our ammo, and we get to see our old pal Barry. Man, I think the Trevor family gets it the worst out of anyone in Resident Evil. Like, George gets hired to build a mansion with a bunch of weird traps and a lab underneath it. Presumably he gets paid a lot of money to do so too. Then he gets trapped in one of the traps that he built, and his family is experimented on in the lab that he built. And then his daughter becomes an unkillable crazy person who sews her parents' faces over her own face. The only other group that I can think of who get it anywhere near as bad are the Bakers from RE7. Okay, hold on. So, Resident Evil 0 makes it clear that releasing the zombie virus was intentionally done by Dr. Marcus's Queen Leech as part of his revenge plan on Umbrella. And that Umbrella had no part in that. But this note makes it sound like Umbrella was responsible for the release of the virus because they wanted combat data. So did Umbrella release it? Or did the Queen Leech release it? I am still very confused. And I wasn't confused about the story before I played 0. Now I am. Some of these puzzles are really dumb. Like, I'm not sure why I had to go get a battery and a crank to stop the flow of the waterfall. I'm pretty sure I could have just walked through it.
Is that voice Enrico's?
Yeah.
You're alive!
Enrico, how'd you get here?
Are you with anybody?
Weren't you in Raccoon City this morning?
But why?
Actually, how did you even get down here? I had to find medallions in a book and then stop the flow of water to even get in this area. And if we place these in here, we get the Magnum. Why is the Magnum here? Why does it have a custom-made slot? Why was the crest needed to get the other crest behind the puzzle involving fishing lures and bees? Who knows, man? All I know is this thing kicks ass. So, this Lisa Trevor fight is barely a fight. You just have to push all these pillars off the side. And if you gave Barry his Magnum back, you get a better canon ending, and he covers you. That doesn't stop me from getting my ass kicked, though. Could you stop hitting me, Lisa, please? Use this computer, where our username is John, and our password is Ada. Because we all know that using your girlfriend's first name as a password is the peak of cybersecurity. Hey, that scientist looks a lot like Wesker, which would be a really good twist if it wasn't given away in 0. So, if you move too fast, or shoot while carrying this fuel, it will explode and give you an instant game over. And let me tell you, when I was doing my no-save run a while back, I briefly understood how Roy Scheider felt in Sorcerer. Felt like my life was briefly directed by Henry George Clouseau. You know what I mean. That one might be a little too obscure. He directed The Wages of Fear. That was the joke.
You viral cultured freak!
Alright, Tyrant. Let's see if this works. Nope. Didn't hurt him at all. Whoever told me that was full of shit. And now that the self-destruct has been turned on, all the locks will be opened, which means we can come and get Chris.
Jill.
Sorry about the
Chris,
wait.
why were you just sitting
So
there?
everything's taken care of?
Did you not hear the intercom
Well,
saying that the locks
Now,
were
let's get the hell out of here.
deactivated? If I didn't come get you, would you have just died in the explosion? Alright, let's end this. Oh, okay, I guess he didn't like that one. Hopefully this one will work. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I'd say that one works. Aw, everyone got out safe. Including Rebecca, who is just off screen because we never met her as Jill. If I remember correctly, the reason that Leon wasn't in the RPD on the day that the outbreak happened is because he was busy partying and slept in, which just solidifies Leon as one of the coolest cops in the RPD. Anything in here? Man, you gotta be having a bad day if you need first aid spray in the bathroom. So, if you're a sneaky little cheater, like I am, little scoundrel, little scamp, you write down the puzzle solutions for every game that you play, so that if you go back through, you can automatically get the upgrades and items you want, which is what I do. I would like to know which asshole member of the RPD decided to take the spare keyboard keys and put them in portable safes with randomized codes around the RPD. The explanation for why the RPD has so many puzzles is that it's a palimpsest. It used to be a museum, and it was converted into a police station. But the last time that I checked, museums also weren't filled with traps and puzzles. Also keep in mind that the RPD is in the middle of the city, because it makes Resident Evil 0 even dumber. So here's how you deal with lickers in this game, like a professional. You blind them, and then you just get behind them and just start slashing. And eventually they will die. So this is Dr. Birkin. You may remember him from all those unnecessary cutscenes in Resident Evil 0. And this is what he turned into. Hate is contagious, and he caught it. Look at that. You upgrade it, and then it takes up multiple slots. What a novel concept. There's a licker behind that one-way mirror. There's no way I'm forgetting that. Yeah, I've died to you before. Never again. I mostly learned from my mistakes. Mostly. This is Mr. X. He's invulnerable to bullets, but you can knock off his hat. And sometimes it's the small victories that matter. Before Leon joined the RPD, not many people know this, but he was a member of the fashion police. The nice thing about Mr. X, and there aren't a lot of nice things about him, is that he will wait around while you solve puzzles. I have to do this musical portable safe puzzle that one of my jackass coworkers set up, and he's just gonna stand around and wait for me to do that. Did Mr. X just leave the building? I got all the way to the clock tower without seeing him. Usually he's telling you the entire time. Not that I'm mad that I didn't have to fight him. It's just weird. Aegis. Good name. Good zoning tool. Good Persona party member. Just a good name. In case it wasn't already clear that Chief Irons is a terrible person, he's the director of this orphanage, which supplies Umbrella with children to test on.
I'm coming, Sherry.
Irons, where did you even get an axe? This is an orphanage. Were they keeping the axe in the range of children?
Get off me!
Hey, that's not fair. How come you get a Shining reference and an Alien reference? So I don't know if they say it in the story, but that girl right there is Ben's girlfriend. He's the reporter that we're gonna meet in Leon's campaign. Irons is such a vindictive asshole that he arrested Ben for writing a story about his corruption, then he killed his girlfriend. Oh, that's too bright. That's gotta be a bug. Who left the high beams on the cable car, huh? Come on, switch that off. In case anyone was wondering, I wasn't joking about Wesker having a creepy photo of Rebecca in his desk. He just had a roll of film with this on it. The fact that he titled it Rising Rookie makes it even more concerning. Like, if there wasn't an apocalypse right now, just straight to HR. Also, I'm not usually like an age gap guy, but Rebecca is like 21 or 22, I think. And Wesker's gotta be at least in his 40s. I mean, he was in the Umbrella training facility, which I think they said closed down in like the 70s. And this story takes place in 1998, so I don't know, man. Just saying. I like you. I'm gonna call you Popeye. Not because your eye exploded. That would be insensitive. I just feel like you'd be a big fan of the French Connection. Alright, Birkin. You ready to get slammed? No, please, come on, stay down. Go down on the first... Okay. I feel bad for Sherry. Like, we know that Annette and William were workaholics in their daily lives, but there was no shot that they were good parents, even when they were around. Now, as you're going through this lab, keep in mind, somewhere is another cable car that goes out to the Umbrella training facility, and an elevator that magically transports you to the top of a mountain from the middle of Raccoon City.
Dispensing solution now.
So, just like Resident Evil 1, we did all of that chemistry just to kill a big plant to get a key. What I will say positively about Resident Evil 0 is that it does add a funny other layer to Birkin's death. Like, he worked for Umbrella his whole life, betrayed his colleague, Dr. Marcus, so he could get his research on the T-virus to make the G-virus. Then, like a decade later, his funding gets cut and he immediately tries to defect and Umbrella has to kill him too. Like, he learned absolutely nothing from Marcus's death.
What the fuck were you thinking? This ends now.
I really like that they gave Annette a hero moment. It adds a layer of tragedy to the story, even if it doesn't make any sense when she does it in Leon's campaign too. I think that this is probably the worst Birkin phase, and to make up for that, they give you a minigun so you can just rail into him. No pun intended with the train, of course. Yeah, Leon's here too. And to find out how he got there, we have to play his campaign too.
Something tells me he's not a cop.
Really, Leon? How could you tell? What gave off that vibe about him?
Jesus Christ!
Shoot, I forgot that Mr. X is already around at the police station. Hi, buddy. Okay. I can tell by the music that Mr. X is in the room with me. So this is either going to suck or be really cool. Okay, seems like it's gonna suck before it gets any cooler. Man, I love Ada's trench coat outfit way more than any of her other designs. It's a shame that they ditch it.
What do you mean by that?
He's the bastard that locked me in here.
I'm sure he had a good reason.
He did.
Ben, there was still a ton of cigarette left. I mean, it looks cool, but you're in jail. You've got finite resources. Savor that, man. You're not going anywhere.
I'll make you a deal.
Okay, let's get this section over with. Hi again, Mr. X. Still wearing that stupid hat, I see. Okay. I had no idea that this hallway was going to be this much of a shit show. Otherwise, I would have cleared it out before I had Mr. X tailing me. Just out of my way, buddy. I can't believe that I made it through that. I don't hear his footsteps right now, so I'm pretty sure he's on the other side of the station. I should be able to just run directly to the jail and put in the parts. Sorry, pal. I gotta run past you. Come on. Okay, that's too many zombies. I can't go that way. Come on.
Give me a break.
It's not too late to turn back, Leon.
Ada, how on earth are you walking on grates with heels on? Oh, I can't believe I have a valid reason to use this one. See you later, alligator. Alright, I'm just going to run on by you, just sneak past. Nope, never mind. Getting choke slammed actually works for me too. This is really a benefit for both of us. Using machinery to knock your enemy off a high place. Not a bad trick, Annette. I'm gonna remember that. It's funny to me that if you only play Claire and Sherry's campaign, Annette just sort of comes off as a bad mom. And then you play Leon and Ada's, and it's like, oh no. She's a murderer. She's a bioterrorist. I hope you like this one, Birkin. I learned it from your wife.
Shit!
X,
Him again?
please, just leave me alone. What have I done to deserve this? Is it the hat? Because I'm sorry about the hat.
It's Umbrella's fault, this whole mess.
Your umbrella, too. You're telling me you weren't involved in this?
Yes. But we never meant for this to happen.
What a stupid response.
Then tell me everything.
Oh, we made
Right from
bioweapons
the
that
start.
mutated people, but we never meant for people to use them. What did you think they were going to do with them, Annette? They're bioweapons. It's in the name. You can just hack through the security clearance? Why didn't you give me that? I could have
I
avoided
was just
so
thinking
much.
about you. Is this a fucking joke?
I know how you feel, Leon. I'm getting real tired of him too. Alright, Mr. X. You annoy me. Let's see if this first one killed him. Yeah. Try coming back from that, you chunky trench coat wearing jackass. Sorry, Birkin. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And they just let that guy drive into a city that's about to get nuked. Resident Evil 2 has a really weird problem with its story, and I can't think of many other games that have it, where it's unclear who did what in the story because there's so much overlap. Like, some things are obvious. Leon killed that alligator, Mr. X killed Ben, and Birkin killed Chief Irons. Claire kills Birkin on the train elevator. But did Birkin kill Mr. X in the orphanage basement? Or did Leon kill him on the elevator to the train? Who fought Birkin under the RPD, in the sewers, and in the lab? Alright, we got the true ending, but there is one more thing we have to do. The fourth survivor. A short, but very difficult canon explanation of how the G-Virus was recovered by Hunk, the incorrectly titled fourth survivor. I did this once, and it took a lot of tries, but by golly, I am going to do it again. See, that one looked pretty cool. almost seemed like I knew what I was doing. Like it's not my 4th run through this. I saved my flash grenade specifically for you guys. Go away, Mr. X. Move, please, out of the way, Mr. Zombie. Just gonna sneak right past you if you don't mind. I saved my regular grenade specifically for you two. Mr. X, please. Why are you even here? Okay. It only took like a dozen tries, but I did it. And I'm definitely not going to edit it all together so it looks like one very good run where I absolutely knew what I was doing. Yeah, the 4th survivor, that shit sucks. Really, really good main theme though. Looming Dread, just a banger of a tune. Man, playing this when it came out, right at the start of everything locking down, was quite the trip. Especially when the opening is using like real life footage of people talking about the pandemic. It might not be real life, it might just be very well rendered. I don't really care. The point is, it was weird to see. So we're back, playing as our girl Jill Valentine.
I don't have time to explain. You gotta get out of there right now!
Alright, let me grab my...
I really like that they waste no time in introducing Nemesis. Here's our villain. Go, right from the start. Wow, that is just the poster for Top Gun. If Capcom weren't cowards, Mega Man would always look like this.
Oh, stars, this soft. No wonder so many of you dead.
And what are you, UBCS, killing your own people?
Jill, you know that most of STARS was killed by a STARS member too, right? Oh, you have no idea what's in store. And I pop both of you before you can even touch me. Oh, that one's not dead. Man, I wasn't ready for that. Attacked me while I was trying to think of a clever one-liner. I should have gone with, "You seem shocked to see me." It was right in front of me and I just didn't use it.
Are you shitting me?
I remember how to deal with you. Shock him. And then you frag him. Easy peasy 1, 2, 3Z. Thanks for the weapon part, TTYL. Okay, let's go to traffic control now. Hi, I thought I dealt with you. I guess not. Ah yes, the thin metal shutter. Surely he won't be able to break through this. Hey Nemesis, I'm going to do it again. I'm just gonna shock you and frag you again. Thanks for the weapon part. We really should stop meeting like this. You know, Nemesis, I'm not sure if you've read much about World War I, but I have, and putting a giant fuel tank on your back makes you a pretty immediate target. Didn't I just kick your ass?
Really?
Have you not learned your lesson yet?
Get off my train, shitbird!
I love that moment. Shitbird is such a good insult, and it doesn't get enough play. It really should.
Gotta move.
Blowing a hole between the two bathrooms. It's not a bad plan. I guess I just made this a gender-neutral bathroom, huh? Come on, you know you want to run into it. Yeah, fall off your horse, you overgrown tumor. Man, I remember the week this came out was just after Persona 5 Royal came out. And at the time, I had no interest in Persona, so I wanted to talk about the Resident Evil 3 remake. But most of my friends just wanted to talk about which girl they were dating. And I like Resident Evil 3, but in retrospect, I also should have been playing Persona 5. Fighting these guys sucks. Unless you're a god like me, just punch him down, then unload. Easy game. I'm definitely not going to cut out the fact that I just died to the same hunter, so I was ready for that. So, my plan is open the door, throw the grenade, then run. Okay, go. Okay, go. Okay, go. Well, I never said it was a foolproof plan, but it worked eventually, and that's really all I need. Gee, could they not find a more evil-looking syringe? There's a section in Resident Evil 4. It's usually known as the cabin sequence. When you're stuck in an enclosed setting and you have to fight off a seemingly endless horde, and it really only exists as a reason for you to lose all your resources that you've built up. And ever since RE4, Capcom has tried to perfect it again, and they still can't. This is Resident Evil 3's cabin sequence. Hi, I thought I killed you all. Do I have a grenade? I do. This fight's over. What just fell behind me? Oh, it's that guy from Pan's Labyrinth. How did either of you miss that? He's huge. He takes up the entire hallway. Maybe the Resident Evil games operate like a Sergio Leone film, in that if a character isn't on screen, the characters can't see them. Look at all those hunters. I'm sure they're there for no real reason. And that they're giving me a bunch of grenade launcher ammo for no other particular reason. Maybe they're just being nice. Crazy. Who could have predicted that? Only some sort of video game genius, I guess. Nemesis. Mate, calm down. You're hitting your own guys. They're on your side. Did you see that? 3 perfect dodges in a row. Count them. 1, 2, 3. I am the best Resident Evil 3 player. Undisputed. I've got the footage to prove it. Don't even front.
The data on this would be worth millions. But, you know how it is. City's about to explode, and you can't put a price on life. Good luck!
Nikolai!
I respect that despite everything Nikolai has done, he was willing to make a business proposition with Jill, and even respects her enough to wish her good luck during the fight with Nemesis.
Look, just so you know,
he's a jackass, but game recognized game, right? Well, you know the drill. An absurd monster requires some absurd overkill. I hope you enjoy this as much as I'm going to, Nemesis. Because I'm going to enjoy it a lot. Enjoy your life as a puddle, you gargantuan skin tag. So, after all of that, Nikolai was working against Umbrella. What a guy. You know, if he had told me that earlier on, I might have actually taken his proposition.
Jill! Shoot him!
I can't! I'll hit you!
Do it! You have to! There's no other way.
Haven't you seen Speed, Carlos? You shoot the hostage. And so our story ends, and Carlos was banished to the pantheon of Resident Evil characters that Capcom forgot about.
I'll see ya.
Hey, wait up!
I don't want you following me, lady. You'll only slow me down.
Wow. What a wiener. I don't even know what to call him other than a wiener. The whiny temperament, the whiny voice, sort of whiny attitude. Just kind of a loser. If you're wondering why I'm playing the PS2 version and not the PS3 version, which is in HD, it's because the PS2 version lets you choose between controller layouts. And I'll be damned before I press square to confirm things. Hideo Kojima was already testing my limits when he made me press circle. I am not pressing another button.
I've got to contact Leon and tell him to let my brother know he's being monitored.
What?
It's a good thing I have
Why would you
access to an
contact
outside
Leon?
connection from here.
Just call Chris.
Well, that file shows latitude.
Why do you need a
and
middleman? Have Chris
Why don't
and
you send
Leon
your
even
brother
met
the
yet?
coordinates and ask him to come help?
Isn't this 3 months
do
after
that.
Raccoon City?
Hey, I was
Why
just
can't you
kidding.
just tell Chris?
There's no...
Claire, why do you keep targeting over there? Don't target over there, there's nothing. Okay, that explodes. Good to know. Hi, puppies. Please let me through. I gotta grab this shiny thing. Now I'm afraid to close the menu. You know what? Credit where it's due. This is really good save room music. Well done, Code Veronica. I applaud you in at least one respect. Okay, I don't trust that look. That's some Lannister shit going on right there. Guns from many countries are on display here. Okay. Can I take some of them? Okay, Steve, what did you do? Steve is suffering. Good. Let that little shit die. I don't care. I really like Claire's line to Alfred about how he must not be that important if Umbrella put the Ashfords in charge of this facility, because it does feel like Spencer put some of the other founders in charge of random facilities, just so he doesn't have to deal with them. Like, oh yeah, Marcus, can you go run this regional training facility in the middle of the mountains? You can do your experiments on leeches or whatever. Just go hang out there. Oh, cool. You know what I was just thinking I wanted to fight? A graboid. You know, I've done a lot to get maps in the past Resident Evil games. I don't think I've ever just printed one. No, don't go out there, Claire. There's a man playing GoldenEye. Wow. I wonder if The Matrix came out around this time. It's so hard to tell sometimes. No, I don't want to play as Steve. Oh, this sucks. Okay, that was pretty funny. Though I don't think the game meant for it to be. Who puts a picture of the room that you're in the room that you're in? Actually, it does remind me, when I was in high school, I knew this girl who had a framed photo of her house inside her house, and every time I went over, I would laugh at it. This painting is such a weird thing to have in your office. It reminds me of in A Nightmare on Elm Street, in that scene where Nancy goes to the doctor's to get her brain scanned. There's a poster of a cat in a Hawaiian shirt on, I think, a trolley, and like, why is that in the brain scanning room? The timers don't stop during door loading animations? Really? That's annoying. Oh, but it stops when you go down the stairs. Of course. Everyone knows that going through a door obviously takes way more time than going down a flight of stairs. Please just let me by. Wow, neither of them hit me. It's like they listened. What am I supposed to do with this? Is there something in it? Oh, of course. The Queen Ant object. Doesn't everyone keep their bug jewels inside a vase behind a revolving wall that you can only get to if you solve a riddle about family lineage? Silly me. Alright, what's this over here? Yeah, baby! Give me more hunk content. I wish I was playing as him instead.
Keep it. It was a gift from my brother, but...
I'm just gonna give him my lighter?
Here, let me
That's
give you
fine.
this in return.
I didn't need to see anything in this gloomy-ass game.
Now go.
I'll just run around in the dark.
Coming back to haunt your dear brother.
Wesker?
Wait, does Claire even know who Wesker is? I guess they met before because he was Chris's boss, but... Oh, whatever. You know, I joked earlier that Alexia and Ashford reminded me of the Lannisters. And that was a joke. I didn't think that Resident Evil was actually breaching incest territory. We are wading in dangerous waters, my friend.
Wait a second. What just happened?
So there never was an Alexia after all.
You mean he thinks he's two people?
Oh my god, this is so much stupider than I thought it would be. Hey Tyrant, long time no see. You wanna let me through? No, just punch me to death in the flames. That works too. That was my plan also. Crazy that we're on the same page about that. I hope you're ready for this, Tyrant, because you're going out the back of this plane. Never mind what I said. It, seems like I'm the one going out the back of the plane. Now I know how Gary Oldman felt. I really hope this next one works, because I am almost out of healing items. Yeah, have a nice flight, jackass. Oh, I guess he exploded. That was not what I expected to happen. No, don't make this a romantic scene. Cut the flute, stop the music. Don't touch her. She can't consent to that, she's asleep. I don't consent to it as the player. Oh, thank God. This game is atrocious. It sounds like the big problem with Umbrella is that none of the top minds really know what direction they want to take the T-virus in. Like, Marcus wanted to live in isolation and use leeches. The Ashfords want to develop their own version so they can bring Veronica Ashford back to life. I think Spencer just wanted to live forever. Umbrella's kind of like that episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where the gang wants to start a band, but none of them coordinate what vibe they want the band to have. Okay, so Alexia was a real person, but she died in an experiment, and Alfred developed a split personality where he was Alexia? That's what it sounds like. That's dumb, but at least it's kind of interesting.
Steve, watch out!
Steve, did you just ruin our only plan of getting out of here because you were checking me out? Can I just shoot Steve?
It's all my fault.
Don't say that. Listen
No,
to me.
do say that.
We'll
It
escape
is
from
your
here.
fault, you horse's ass.
Together.
I shall enjoy watching you shriek in agony.
Not this time!
You gay!
Wow, Steve. I can't believe you actually did something helpful. Incredible.
Move it!
I take it back, Steve. You are just utterly useless. Oh. So, Alexia isn't actually dead. She's just in a test tube. What? He just got eaten. He's beyond saving, man. Oh no. I guess he's still alive. At least for now. Well, I'm assuming this is referring to the military proofs that Claire and Steve used to get into the airport. Guess I have to go all the way to the airport to get them now.
Wait, you attacked the island! And my sister!
I'm sure that somebody thinks Wesker's dashes look cool, but they just look kind of silly. I mean, it still looks stupid when he's doing it in 5, but at least he's got the cool trench coat there. I can't believe I had to do all of that just to get these dumbass proofs. I actually made it past them that time. You know, I don't know who came up with the idea of poisonous hunters, but personally, I would like to throttle them. So, let me get this right. Alfred and Alexia were both the results of Alexander's experiments, and when they found out, they experimented on their father, and he became the Nosferatu, which they stuck in the basement, until I fought him on the roof as Claire. Then Alexia put herself into a cryogenic state so that she could do experiments on herself. Then Alexia put herself into a cryogenic state so that she could do experiments on herself. There's some really healthy family dynamics at play here, and I'm not entirely sure where to start on them. Well, it's a good thing that I put the empty fire extinguisher in the item box back when I was playing as Claire during the prison section, because I don't think I could have got it as Chris, meaning that if I didn't get it as Claire, I would get to this point and be screwed, meaning I would have to load a save from several hours ago. Okay, so the T Veronica virus is just the T virus, but with ant genes in it? You know, I don't know if that's dumber than leeches or not.
Claire! Help me! Claire!
Oh, not Steve. I guess I'll just have to put him out of his misery. What a shame.
What
I'm glad that I met you. I love you.
Man, this game blows so hard. Just absolute shit. Oh, that was instant. I was so busy processing that cutscene that I didn't even have any time to react. It would be pretty silly if one of the answers to the last puzzle in the game was the game's title, right? I can't believe that's actually the code. I finally got her. We traded hits, but I finally got her. Damn, Chris, you are just getting your ass handed to you. Maybe that's why Chris is doing so much crazy shit in 5. Like he got his ass kicked and went, I need to hit the gym.
Let's finish this once and for all.
Yay! I never have to play that game ever again. So, just thinking about this. Conservatively, what percentage of Resident Evil stories could be avoided if Chris just communicated with his sister? Because if he told her where he was, he wouldn't have been taken to the prison, and the only reason that he went to the prison is because he heard that Jill was there. And in RE2, the only reason that Claire is in Raccoon City is because she was looking for Chris, who didn't tell her that he was going to vacation in Europe. Can you two just talk to each other, please? From what I've played, I would consider that the worst mainline Resident Evil game. However, if they remade it now, I have faith that they could turn it into something good. Make Steve more likable, add more depth to some of the stuff going on with Alfred. You know, it's bad, but it's not unsalvageable. That being said, I would rather replay Resident Evil 0 than replay this, and I didn't really like Resident Evil 0. So, this is a light gun game that you cannot play with a light gun because it came out a year after Columbine. I don't know that I'd trust a church funded by Umbrella. Man, I would have been way more excited to go to church as a kid if they had pinball machines. I can tell you that. I was at a church recently that had a Nintendo Switch in it. That's a good way to get kids to convert, is you trick them with the power of Vidigems. Alright, fine. I'll answer the phone. They hung up on me. You better not hang up on me again.
Vincent.
Oh, they actually answered.
No, this is me. I am Vincent. It was all my fault.
So, I'm responsible for this outbreak.
Who are you?
That feels like the kind of info that you drop late in the game, so it has some impact. Hopefully that's the last we see of him for a while. Hi again. Long time no see. Heaven's Night? Isn't that the name of the strip club in Silent Hill? Is this an homage or just a weird coincidence? Alright, let's get this key card first. Bad idea. Could have read the folder first. So Vincent spread the T-virus to kill an entire city. just to cover up the fact that he was experimenting on prisoners, and a bunch of them tried to escape. All so he wouldn't lose his job. That's a terrible plan. Like, the plan to release the virus so that the people of the city can't expose your corruption so you lose your job, it just seems poorly thought out. Because I feel like being exposed for corruption at Umbrella is not as bad as just releasing a virus into an entire island city. Especially because it's Umbrella. Like, they ask for 3 to 5 years of corruption on your resume. That's in the requirements. It's more important to Spencer than, like, a biochemistry degree is. Wow. Tyrants in this game are babies. Leon had to hit Mr. X with a car and shoot him point blank with a rocket launcher. You can put these bad boys down with a couple well-placed shots. Street Fighter. Alright, you know what? Changed my mind. These kids? Cool. Anyone with a Street Fighter poster is okay in my books. Hey, Tyrant. Tyrant number 2. Man, there being so many tyrants kind of makes Mr. X not feel that unique. Speaking of which...
What are you talking about? It's not your fault. Vincent is the one who caused everything. Well, I mean,
You? What do you mean? You're the detective. Your name is Ark Thompson.
What?
Double plot twist. I was never Vincent.
Then why did you run
Okay.
away from me?
Because I'm the one.
So I'm
who
not
told Vincent
responsible.
about you.
Which means that the dumbass plan to leak the virus,
I've been transferred
I
to
can
this
blame that on
facility to
someone
inspect
else.
it.
This island will be gone in a matter of minutes. Adios, Ark.
Oh no, not that memorable villain. He had so much to live for. See, this is a really difficult final fight because you just stand in the same place and lay all your grenade rounds into him, and eventually he died.
It can't be.
Oh. I genuinely thought he was dead.
Get down.
He got true-liesed. What a way to go. And nobody ever talked about the events of this game ever again. The end. Hi, giant spider. You're not supposed to be here. Hi, sweeper. You are also not supposed to be here. Kind of. You're not supposed to be in this room. Nemesis? You're really not supposed to be here. You're not even in Code Veronica. I know, Nosferatu. You're not supposed to be here. Hi, Alexia. You are supposed to be here, but this room is supposed to be in an underground research facility in Antarctica, and the fact that we initially got here by going through the private residence means that we aren't in Antarctica. Hi, Tyrant. You actually are supposed to be here, if this is the airport from the island and not the airport from the Antarctic. Did you see that? There was a typo. It said "your." That's how much time they spent on this game. They couldn't even write the correct subtitles. Is that the entire game? Really? There's got to be a second scenario or something, right? This was sold in the UK and Japan as a standalone game. I just beat that in like 45 minutes. Alright, I'll put in GOS since I can't fit Goose. Also, why is there a timer to put your name in?
Once again, the threat of biological terror was thrust upon the world.
Why do the dialogue in the subtitles not match?
Stolen.
Pretty anime boy, early 2000s, white hair. That's just Sephiroth. I call it like I see it, and that's a Sephiroth. Wow, these controls are not great. I'm not even sure how to explain what's wrong with them. They're just like kind of awkward. This is gonna take a while to get used to. Here's the control screen. Try to imagine playing with this button layout. Stop with the slow motion. It's annoying. I know that The Matrix came out a few years prior. Actually, what year is this? Like 2003? I know that The Matrix was coming out like around this time. But please, just stop. Okay. This is not... I do not like this save room music. Safe room themes, in my books, they need to be calm and immediately recognizable as a safe room theme. But this isn't calming, and I didn't immediately recognize that this was a safe room. Ergo, that's bad music. That looks important. Let's see if they put that on the map. Hey, they actually did. They're learning. Thank you, Resident Evil. There are too many good items in here. Someone's going to attack me from behind. Yep, there you are. Don't even know where you fell from, but whatever. There are too many dead people here. And they are all going to get up when I get that shotgun. But it's so tempting that I have to get it. This letter is actually highlighting a big problem that I'm having with this game. And it's that this ship isn't really interesting. It has a definite atmosphere. I'm not gonna deny that. But the ship itself is kind of boring to run around. Oh. I guess I'm playing as this girl now. That was not what I expected at all. Stay down. I said stay down. Please, stay down. What did I tell you? What did I just tell you? Stay down. Stay down. So, the big bad virus of this game is a combination of the G and T virus that makes things electric. Yeah, I got a virus from some G and T. They call that alcohol poisoning. I'm sorry. Did the GT virus make Morpheus into an electric trans fish person? Should have called that the G and HRT virus. Okay, I wasn't ready for that, but it was cool. I'll give you that. Upon investigation, we have concluded that you are responsible for the incident in Raccoon City on May 11th, 1998. Okay. For a second there, I got scared and thought this note was some sort of stupid retcon. But no, it just means that Morpheus was responsible for some other random shit that happened in Raccoon City right before the outbreak. You really got me worried, Resident Evil. I can't intentionally replicate it, but there's a sweet spot in this tyrant's attacks where he just doesn't hit you. Yeah, right there. You see that? He just didn't hit me, even though I was clearly in his claws. You know what? I'm starting to come around to this save room theme. It's pretty alright. I'm like 2 hours into the game, and I just learned that you can move while in first person by holding the left trigger. I feel like a fool. So, Fauntleroy has been sent to stop Morpheus. But the Chinese government who sent Fauntleroy want to kill her with tracking chips and laser satellites because they refuse to pay Morpheus's ransom? How does this make any sense? I don't trust this room. This feels like a boss room. I knew it. It's a good thing that I read through that file about Pluto being blind, because now I know that if you use the silenced pistol, he just doesn't know what to do during this fight. Did his brain just fall out? Yeah, look. It's just swinging there. Just dangling around like the world's fleshiest wind chimes. That's awesome. Why do I feel like this is also a boss room? Like another monster is just gonna drop out of nowhere. Speak of the devil. How convenient that this island we crashed into also had a lab that was developing a weapon specifically to kill the TG virus. What a quinky-dink. Miss Morpheus, do you want to let me up, please? No? Okay. You know what, that's fine. I needed a break anyway.
Sorry, but my dance card is full.
Wow. That is another terrible one-liner. And then, Resident Evil completely forgot about Bruce and Fauntleroy. You know, I don't dislike Dead Aim. If it had better controls, I'd say that it's a pretty decent RE spin-off. It's never gonna happen, but if Capcom re-released this on PC, with keyboard controls and some quality of life adjustments, I'd replay it. It's fine. Okay, so this is far too chaotic for my liking. Time doesn't stop when I pick up items or enter my menu. Everyone's moving around. The AI won't accept items from my inventory. Already, this is a bad sign. Alright. I'm going to let everybody else jump before I go, so they can help me up from the other side. That sounds like something they would do, right? Anyone want to help me up? No? Okay, I guess I'll just hang around. I'm pretty sure that I have to light this gas tank on fire, but the AI keep running into the gas, which means I can't light it. You all have a death wish or something? Get out of the gas, Cindy. Maybe I have to go right in the middle of the street. You know, where it could kill me. Come on. Really? I didn't initially notice that each character has different pros and cons. So far, Yoko sounds like the best because she can carry a lot. However, Jim also sounds really good because he doesn't get attacked by zombies that often. Which I don't even know how you get that as an ability. I mean, Yoko has a backpack, it makes sense that she can carry things, but Jim? I don't know, maybe the zombies are racist. Can't believe I have to go all the way up these stairs. This is Final Fantasy VII all over again.
What's wrong?
UMB number 3. Oh shit, am I making V-Jolt? Yeah, V-Jolt! Oh, that means I'm gonna have to fight some plant monsters. I don't like that. Yeah, that giant plant vagina looks like it could use some V-Jolt. Okay, thanks guys. I was worried that you were being a little too subtle about that for a second. Warm water, huh? Maybe it can thaw this inexplicably frozen wrench. I can't believe that is actually the solution to that puzzle. George, why do you have 2 handguns? Give one to Alyssa. All she has is 2 pipes. I wish the AI in these games knew how to share. Is that a frozen hunter? Yep. You make a better ice sculpture than you do an enemy, buddy. Is this the turntable that we went down in Resident Evil 0? I mean, we are in the RE2 lab right now, so it wouldn't be that much of a shock. Okay, I get it. You guys like aliens. Me too. I hid in the locker from the leech man. Now I don't think he knows what to do. Unfortunately for me, he doesn't know what to do, so I can't leave the locker. J. Adams. T. Jefferson. What, did only people named after American presidents work here? You can see it at the bottom of the screen. The leech man is trying to attack me, but can't. He's trying to eat from that blood pack that I put on the ground. And now I'm stuck in a corner because of my item placement. Alright, I know the deal. You're gonna get up as soon as I walk. I hadn't even finished my sentence. Okay, I've put the blood pack down. It's time for you to die, leech man. No, I don't want to help you.
I can't stop bleeding.
Put him down, Yoko. Push the button.
I can't stop bleeding. I can't stop bleeding.
Cindy, oh my god. Don't go in there. I'm about to kill him. I swear, playing with the AI, it's like herding cats. Jim, you are bleeding to death. Take the hemostat. It's not for you, Cindy. I finally got Jim to take the hemostat, but he's not bleeding anymore, so he won't use it.
What happened?
That's a really good shot. Just great framing. Kudos, Resident Evil. Big props.
No shit.
Alyssa, why don't you ever stop talking? Every couple seconds, it's a new random voice line. Just stop. Please. You're chewing my ear off more than the actual zombies. Oh, he's gonna catch me. But if not, I'm putting one right between his eyes. Outplayed, shorty. Oh, come on, I thought you were dead. These burning hotel stairs remind me a lot of a much better survival horror game than this one. Please don't notice me while I organize my inventory to open this door. Thank goodness. I thought that was the end of the road for me. I'm sure they're only giving us lots of ammo and healing items, just because they want to be nice. No boss fight or anything. It's gonna be a boss slicker, right? Oh, gross. Why does it have hair? That's horrible. I hate that. Wow. This university sure does look a lot like the Spencer estate. What a weird coincidence. I wonder if it will also have a bunch of stupid puzzles. I've just been staring at this puzzle, trying to figure out the pattern with the numbers, till I realized these numbers are forming larger numbers, almost using ASCII art. I think that's how you pronounce it. So the code will be 0325.
Hey there.
That's a really cool puzzle. I like that. More of that, please. I'm sorry, are those sharks? Are we fighting zombie sharks again? Well, I'm just gonna run on by. I've already dealt with the likes of you, and I didn't love it the first time. Oh, I wonder if I'm going to have to fight that.
These 9mm are useless. Almost got him. Hold on. Calm down. You must.
Holy shit, is that Nikolai? Yeah, I love you, man. I didn't think I was gonna see any more of you.
Did you find anything?
Oh, well, of course. Where else would you keep the grenade launcher? Here, Kevin. Take the grenade launcher. I already have one.
May I have it?
No, don't take both, you greedy bastard. You don't need 2 grenade launchers, Kevin. Okay, I didn't know they could do that. Noted. Not gonna fall for it this time. I'm gonna kill you ahead of time. Alright. Now I can cross. Oh, he's not dead. Just let me go to the other side. Come on. Hey, Tyrant. What's up? Oh, this one can run. This is awful. I don't think they could run before.
Here's what I'm thinking.
Kevin? He's dead. What just happened? Was he poisoned? Or bleeding? What the hell, Kevin? Alright. I shocked you once. I'll do it again. Just come here. No, he just walked away. My man learned the hard way, and now wants nothing to do with it. Just fully left the room. That's amazing. Oh, we got credits? I didn't even get to use the daylight on him. Oh, no, we're entering a new area. Okay, we're not done with him. You know, I wasn't looking forward to Outbreak. And for that first scenario, I really wasn't feeling it. But I kinda like it. Sectioning it into multiple individual missions, and having a bunch of uncontrollable characters who also need health and ammo gives you very little reason to hoard resources. Like your items aren't going to carry over, so you really don't need to save them for later. Just use them if you have them. which is a dynamic that I don't know if any other Resident Evils have really carried for me. Alright, well, they tell you off the bat that there's only 5 scenarios. That's nice of them. You already know that I'm taking Yoko again.
Okay.
And you get to choose your partners this time. That's cool. I'm sure it will have no actual difference on the gameplay. You know, the zoo is a good location for a horror game. I can't think of any others that involve zoos. If we could remedy that in the upcoming future, that'd be great. The next Silent Hill better have a zoo. Of course, zombie elephant. Why wouldn't that be the villain of this area? I can't believe you fell for that. Now you're stuck in here. I guess I am too, in a sense, but the important part is that you look foolish. I'm sorry, is that a toucan? Am I getting attacked by the Fruit Loops mascot? Who's going to attack me next? The Honey Nut Cheerios bee? The Trix rabbit? The Fruit Brute? Mark, you are poisoned. Take the blue herb. Oh, he actually took it. Okay, now use it, Mark. Don't just sit there. Heal yourself. The problem with the AI in these games is that they have no capacity for self-care or self-preservation. Like, they'll be bleeding and they'll have a hemostat, and they just won't use it. Or they'll be in danger health, and they will have a first aid spray that they won't use. They're all morons. Tape player still works. Well, let's see if this calms him down. Didn't calm him down. Didn't work. Now that I think about it, I think the letter did say that the music made him mad. That's my bad. I don't like that they're giving me blood packs. That makes me feel like this level is going to be the equivalent of the hospital from the first game, which I wasn't too fond of. Sewer levels are always my least favorite parts of Resident Evil games, so it's really cool that both Outbreak games have had one. From what I've played of these two games, this is probably the worst scenario, because it's just kind of boring. It wasn't enough that I gotta fight the big one. I gotta deal with the ads doing Goron rolls every couple of seconds, knocking me down. This is a genuinely terrible boss fight. I've seen very little of it, but I think this may be my favorite environment across these two games. We've got some cutscenes of the Arclay Mountains, but we've never really got to explore them. I would like more of this, and less sewer levels. It seems that I spoke too soon when I talked about how much I loved the forest environment. I should have known that I'd be running around the inside of a building again. The outside is too interesting. An unkillable enemy chasing you room to room in a hospital? Where have I seen this before? Let me through, please. I'm getting my ass kicked and would like not to be in this situation. Do either of you want to help at all? You guys are awful. Just terrible AI. Okay, I take it back. This is the worst level in the game. Is that the final boss for this area? It Kinda feels like we should have been fighting the Axeman. Oh. Well, I guess that's the end of the Axeman. Okay. 3, 2, and 3 RPD. That's a cool scenario. It's a good setting. I like this. Let's see if I can hit the gas tank instead. Hell yeah. Oh, did you get caught in the explosion? I'm sorry, but I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, Kevin died because he was too stupid to leave a room full of poison gas. I hope I see Ben in here. Come on, show me Ben. Yeah, there he is. Everyone's favorite RE2 character. Remember Ben? The Bertaluch? Oh, that's how Marvin got bit. Except he also got bit by Brad several hours later. Whatever, just ignore it. It's not important. Aw, he stayed behind so the others could escape. Marvin really is the best member of the RPD. It's a shame, he gets it really rough. Alright, so I lied. There is one last scenario that unlocks when you've done all the others. Oh, are we just going straight to Umbrella headquarters? I like the direction this is going.
You alright, buddy?
Probably a hunter coming through that door. I should get ready for that. Oh, I didn't actually equip it. I guess you're getting beaten with the pipe. Sorry, mate. Not my weapon of choice either. How many evil labs does Umbrella even have in Raccoon City? There's the nest under the orphanage. There's the nest under the hospital. There's Umbrella headquarters. There's the university. There's the lab under the Spencer estate. There's the lab in the Umbrella training facility. I think you have enough, guys. I really like the hunter design in these Outbreak games. They look a lot more like gremlins than the regular hunters. Look at that! He's fighting the hunters. That rocks. His appearance devalues the appearance of every other tyrant, but he's on our side this time, so it's okay. It's at least different. I'll take that.
No! Carter!
Who could have predicted that the tyrant would go crazy? Totally unbelievable. Really? Of all the times? Man, go away. Hey, this is that hotel that we went to in the last game. Which means that we've just been going in circles. Kind of feels like we're not trying that hard to get out of the city. Alright, let's see how you like this. Did that kill him? He's not getting up. I guess he's dead then. Please, Tyrant, just let me in the helicopter. The timer's almost up. Please, I'm not gonna make it. I did it! I made it! Well, that's not as good as the first one, but I don't hate it. If they remade those games in the current RE engine, made some quality of life improvements, fine-tuned the story a little bit, that could be a fun multiplayer RE game. And it would probably do better than Reverse. Though honestly, if they ever do remake Outbreak, I'd rather all the characters have single-player, character-oriented chapters. Kind of like the Ghost Survivors. Just merge both Outbreak games into one game and give us like, how many characters are there? 8? Give us like 16 or even like 24 segmented levels. Like an hour each. I'd be down with that. I'd be very excited for that. But Capcom's never going to do that, so I guess I'm just wasting my interest. Alright, looks like the first mission is the Zero train section. Let's see how much more stupid context we can bring to this story. How many more geographical inconsistencies and errors we can point out. Okay, I'm actually enjoying this. This is pretty fun. Wow, you're like an actual fight now. I could just shoot at the ground in front of me and you'd die before. Now I actually have to dodge attacks and fight you. This is pretty neat.
Rebecca! Hold on!
What's up, Shakma? Don't remember fighting you here. Billy just threw that monkey off a cliff. This version of Resident Evil 0 rocks. Oh, I gotta fight the bat, don't I?
We made it outside.
Well, at least I can hope that this fight's better than the original.
All right, Rebecca?
Okay. That actually was better than the original. Though, that's not a hard bar to hop. Wow. That may be worse than the original. Which is saying something, because the original Queen Leech fight was barely a fight.
Possible odds.
Look at all that endless forest in all directions.
Since the event, Billy Cohen has gone missing.
Although, that plume of smoke does actually give context to how far away the training facility was from the mansion. I get to play as Wesker for this one? Alright. That's pretty cool. I like this. You know, it kind of diminishes Rebecca's accomplishments to have a different game later go, oh, actually Rebecca didn't kill the proto-tyrant, it was Wesker who was also running around the lab. Wait, why did I run all the way through the facility to get here? I could have just gone up a floor in the elevator a couple minutes ago. It's like even this game doesn't want to acknowledge how stupid the geography is.
Comrade,
is that a tyrant with sunglasses? Who let this Final Fantasy VII villain and his Matrix sequel Reject into this game? I originally played through RE1 as Jill. Only seems fair that I play as Chris now. Hell yeah. I guess Chris could always do that. Wasn't just an RE5 thing, he just was always doing that. Oh, we got knife combos now? This rocks.
Who are...
Chris Redfield, from Alpha Team.
What?
Alpha
You know each other.
Thank goodness.
You work
Everything's
together.
okay now, Richard.
Your desks are a couple meters apart. See, I always knew you could just walk right through it. You didn't need to get a battery or use an elevator and a crank or anything. Oh, can't cheese it this time. I guess I actually have to fight Plant 42. Funny though, I was sure that I'd have to fight Neptune. We're just skipping right past the Lisa Trevor fight, huh? I figured that would be so iconic that you'd have to do it, but whatever. Hey, Rebecca.
We're getting out of here.
Didn't expect to see you here.
All right.
I mean, I know that you canonically escaped with us, but I didn't think I'd see you again.
I cast off my frail humanity and became something greater.
Okay. Ignoring the fact that Wesker planned to be killed by the tyrant, which is already stupid, I love that him leaving his sunglasses behind was a way of showing that he shed his humanity and also his ties to Umbrella.
Are you alright?
Richard, in the past 24 hours, I've been in a train crash, attacked by monkeys, giant bats, giant centipedes. I fought a tyrant by myself. I killed a leech that absorbed the memories of an old scientist. I don't think the stairs are gonna be my downfall. You guys made it pretty far into the mansion considering he got bit in the library. I always assumed that he got bit outside the room where you first meet Jan, where you find the death mask, but I guess not. It really is a shame that Rebecca got canned after Zero, because knowing that she did everything in Zero and then still fought Jan and was able to get through the Spencer estate, so cool. And I wish they'd bring her back.
Impossible. Who are you?
I am Red Queen.
Oh no, they made it canon. No, don't acknowledge the Anderson movies. Gross. So that's why we didn't fight Lisa. Because we have to as Wesker.
Be a good girl and stay dead this time.
I really don't think that's gonna kill her, Wesker. Okay, but that might. I forgot that that's what Carlos used to look like.
I'm fine.
Put him back in. He's not done yet.
We've got to get out of here.
No matter what you think about the Resident Evil 3 remake, I think that we can all agree that making Carlos hot was a good choice. This is the area from Outbreak. Or more likely, this was an area from 3 that I didn't recognize. This is a cool section, mainly because it actually feels like a survival horror game right now.
Hang in there. I won't let anything happen to you.
There aren't enough hunters in this hallway. Do you think that you could maybe send a few more? Ah, Nemesis. I was wondering when you were going to show your ugly mug. And there he goes. I guess this is the seriously abridged version of RE3's story. Ada, looking a little beat up there. Were you doing half of an Invisible Man costume? I know this hallway. And this ladder. We're back outside the Apple Inn. Yeah. Hopefully there's not hairy lickers in there this time. Oh, something's gonna attack me. What is it? Another tyrant? Sniper from Outbreak? Oh, it was the birds. Of course. Ada's worst enemy. Okay, who's the boss? I know there's a boss because I can see ammo and health. The tyrant from Outbreak? But I killed you. I shot you full of daylight, and you exploded. Whatever, I'll kick your ass again. Don't think I won't.
You stole the computer core from your own company. I wouldn't exactly call that stable.
Was that Spencer? So when Jill looked over and saw that other helicopter, he was actually looking at Spencer, Ada, and Vladimir. That's so dumb. And it also kind of rocks. Umbrella's End. What game is this a summary of? This is an entirely new plot. I'm down with this. Crimson Heads. I thought you all died back in the explosion at the Spencer estate. What are you doing in Russia? And what's a Russian gunship doing here? Chimeras too? Oh, they're pulling out every enemy possible. Am I gonna fight leeches again? Even though they destroyed them all in the training facility explosion? Oh no, I know you. You're the only good part of the Resident Evil movies. So, I got to the second form of Talos, who I'm assuming is the end boss. Got my ass kicked, and decided to stop playing for the day. And when I came back, my save is corrupted. So that's cool. I'm not gonna replay the entire game just to see those last couple cutscenes. I mean, I already have a pretty good idea of what happens anyway. Jill and Chris kill Talos. You probably kill Vladimir as Wesker. Maybe another mission with Ada. It's not hard to predict. I looked up those segments that I couldn't get to in Umbrella Chronicles because my save corrupted, and I was completely correct about how they went down. Didn't expect that there would be a hunk level. Shame I couldn't get to that because I did like Umbrella Chronicles. It's not perfect, but overall I liked it. And if this is just more Umbrella Chronicles, I'm looking forward to it. Leon or Krauser? Didn't think I'd be seeing him. That is an absurd design. That looks like when Pete's wife in Twin Peaks goes into Yellowface to buy the sawmill. Looks like Mr. Tojimura. Oh yeah, I love early James Cameron movies.
Sure are hungry little bastards, aren't they?
God, the constant swaying is so annoying. Just let me shoot things. You don't have to jostle me around like I'm having a seizure in a wave pool. I guess I'm playing through RE2 now. So, I wasn't a giant fan of Umbrella Chronicles aiming controls, mainly because I was playing on a controller. But at least it would let me aim and shoot. Whereas, this is kind of like if you went to a shooting range, and someone just kept tickling you and spinning you around. Just let me stay in one place and shoot. I don't need this faux action movie, Hardcore Henry meets Rack meets Land of the Dead bullshit. It's not cinematic, it's jarring and annoying. Also, not Land of the Dead, I meant Diary of the Dead. Hey, Sherry.
Is that a girl?
No, don't run away. It's gonna make it hard for me to aim.
What is that?
Mr. X. I mean, you're supposed to be here, but I didn't think I was going to see you. I see that we are still stuck in that post-Matrix slow-mo phase. Man, most of these boss fights are absolute trash. Just the worst parts of the game. You're the frog from RE0. I thought I got rid of you.
What's going on?
Oh no. Do I have to fight X?
What was that? Shit! I don't believe this.
The alligator. Don't know if that's better or worse.
There, the canister.
I know I have to shoot the canister. Do you want to stand still for 5 seconds to let me shoot it? Christ, this game is so much worse than Umbrella Chronicles.
What the? It's Trenchy again. Why won't he just leave us alone?
I'm sorry, did you just call him Trenchy? I mean, I've definitely heard worse names.
Come on, Trenchy. Want some of this?
Ah, I understand. Clearly, Leon is evoking, the director Brian Trenchard Smith.
Alright, come on now, Trenchy!
You don't have to keep saying that. We get the point, Leon. He wears a trench coat. We get it. By X? Hopefully that's the last time I have to kill you. I've done it twice. I'll do it again. I'm done with you, Birkin. I wasted all my ammo on you. All I got left is my bow gun. Just fall down and die. Finally. I hate that guy. Finally. I hate the boss fights in this game. They're all infuriating. Alright, I'm done with the RE2 stuff. Can we please get back to the Leon and Krauser missions? Let me play through a story that I haven't been able to play in a better game.
So if you want this to end peacefully, you really have only one choice. Work for us.
And just like that, I found myself in the service of the US government.
So that's why he's working for the government in RE4. That makes sense. I always thought that it was kind of an absurd career path to go right from rookie cop to presidential bodyguard, but at least they explain that. That mention of the Veronica virus in the last chapter has me worried that I'll have to play through the events of Code Veronica too. God damn it. Okay. Steve is better here. He's not as whiny, but he's still a shit.
3. The guards had him. Only used him for games. Oh, porn, too.
Maybe I'll be able to find out what happened to Chris.
Well,
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. This gun doesn't work.
but we don't know where it goes.
Just figured out why Steve sounds familiar. It's gotta be the same voice actor as Teddy. You can really hear it when he yells. I guess it is fitting that one of the most annoying characters in Resident Evil and one of the most annoying characters in Persona share a voice actor. That being said, I like Teddy. I don't like Steve. Man, Resident Evil villains just love singing in the rain. Must all be big Gene Kelly fans.
We can't take them all one by one. Let's move.
Oh, this is the room where I fought the dudes with the silly names. It wasn't albinoids, that was a different Code Veronica monster. It was something like Wang Janglers or Heffalumps or Do Diddly Squats or something like that. Let's get another funny scream from Steve. Oh, they just completely skipped that scene. I guess they know that that scene is kind of silly and dumb.
Worked for Umbrella. Zombie, 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 zombie. It's like a damn video game.
There are few lines more annoying than pointing out that the video game you are playing is like a video game. I know it's like a video game. I'm playing it. I literally snatched his wig. Got his ass. It was so easy to get in the plane this time. Didn't have to get a bunch of military proofs or random crap. I could just do it. Oh, this is gonna be so much better than the original way of killing him. And it actually makes sense why he explodes. I don't know if that was a better fight than the original, but it was certainly more cinematic. And the hook hit him on the way back. Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. It also explains why you find Nosferatu on the hook later, as Chris.
What happened? How did you get here?
Leon contacted me.
Leon? You know him?
So, Chris and Leon have never met. Well, at least they're trying to retcon that stupid scene about contacting Leon to contact Chris.
Steve.
They're not doing it super well, but they're trying.
Without him. Ants! What are ants doing in the Antarctic?
What do you mean? Without ants, it would just be the Arctic. Having you fight Steve is actually not a bad idea. Especially in this version where he's much more likable. It's like having to put down a dog. It was a shitty dog and a whiny dog, but you know, you've spent enough time with it that you've grown some attachment. That original Alexia fight? Absolutely terrible. This one? Not bad. You know what? I actually really liked that version of Code Veronica. They made Steve a lot less whiny and annoying, they condensed the story, they made the fights better. That's the best part of the game so far. Definitely thought that whatever was going to be chasing me was going to be a tyrant. Not that thing. Thought you'd be harder. There's another. And another. Damn, I thought I was only gonna have to deal with one of these goons.
Let's go. Time to kick some ass.
I like this Krauser mission. It's a good little prequel to RE4 that we didn't really need.
Manuela?
Ah, yes. Distract it with song. The Father Gascoigne approach.
No. I choose to die a human.
Damn. I thought for a second she was going to turn into a bioweapon, and we'd get some, like, King of Monsters action going on here. I remember talking to someone who thought that Resident Evil 8 was too silly compared to the previous games. And as I fight this giant plant monster with the help of his daughter who is throwing blood fireballs, I would like to say that the previous games are silly too. It just has a very different tone about it. I don't hate this game. There are times where, admittedly, it is really fun and cool. But I want to meet the man at Capcom who thought, gee, Umbrella Chronicles was a pretty good on-rails shooter. What if in the sequel, every character had some form of Parkinson's? Now, in some sense, a first-person shooter game where you can't shoot straight would be a genius idea. You could definitely use that if that was your intention, as like a proof of concept. But it's not the case with whoever made that decision in this game. I chalk that up entirely to incompetence. I don't like the shaky camera when Paul Greengrass does it. Why would I like it in a video game? All that being said, if this was re-released on the PC, and you could play it with a mouse, I'd probably replay both the Chronicles games. They're short, they're fun. Well, one is more fun than the other. The ultimate experience is a project to see how many games I can play before I eventually get old and die, or find more important things to do with my time. These were my experiences. I feel like I could have just taken the stairs there. It was showy, but unnecessary. Come on, walk into your own trap. I believe in you. Yeah, easy game. Just trick the locals into killing themselves. As any good government agent does. I'm about to wipe out this whole village with one move. Mark that down as a strike. So, Resident Evil 4 invented a gameplay style that I like to call the pop knock slash. Because you pop them in the head, you knock them down, and then you slash till they're dead. It's a solid little gameplay loop. And it gets really satisfying when you can suplex later in the game. What's rattling around in here? Some kind of zombie? Oh no, a Spaniard. That's way worse. Yeah, it's the one character that everyone can agree on. The merchant rocks. I don't have enough space to take the bass? Oh, it is a dark day. A very sad day indeed. My bad, man. I should have knocked. Not sure why this room only has a urinal, but whatever. Of course. A single egg in the oven. Everyone's favorite meal. So here's a pro tip. The birds carry money. So whenever you see a group of them, just toss a flash in there. Because they're not really of any use until you fight the Plagas. And if you're lucky, you can get a grenade back. Talk about a murder of crows. It's got the anchor. Just like Jonah, a VeggieTales movie. And definitely not like any other movie about a giant fish. So, you can fight these guys legitimately. Or you can do what I'm about to do. Works every time.
Hey, it's that dog.
This game has cursed me. Because almost every time that I see a dog, I think to myself the words, "Hey, it's that dog." Every single time. We can buy the Red 9 now. It's the best pistol in the game, so we never need to buy another. It looks cool, it sounds cool, feels cool, and I'm pretty sure it is the same gun that Silence used in The Great Silence. And any weapon that makes you feel like you're in a Sergio Corbucci movie. It's good to me. Remember in Resident Evil 3, I talked about the cabin sequence? And how Capcom has never been able to replicate it. This is it. It was so nice of him to drop his puzzle-solving eyeball for me. And $30,000. Did you just have that on you? It's your lucky day, mister. Because you've just won an all-expenses paid vacation to Suplex City. This is the water room, an area that a lot of people have trouble with, but I rarely do. Not to brag or anything. Alright, kinda jinxed myself on that one. Second time's the charm. You may be thinking, oh, we don't have to worry about Ashley for a while. Surely this will be the best segment of the game. And then they send you through a sewer level with invisible enemies. Think you can run away? I'm just gonna cut you off. Yeah, you can't outsmart me, you Mask of the Red Death wannabe. I know you've got someone upstairs too. How are you gonna surprise me? Looking like you have to play chess with Max von Sydow. Go play Battleship with Bill and Ted. Alright, we'll call that one a tie.
Leon. Long time no see.
Ada.
Leon, do you have a baby brain? You couldn't recognize her with the glasses on?
You.
I genuinely think that Ashley's section is the worst part of this game. Not because I don't like Ashley, because I do like her. And not because it's too long, because it's actually pretty short. It's because of this stupid sliding block puzzle. This puzzle sucks. There are a lot of rooms in Salazar's castle that don't make sense to have in your castle, but I think this is the most confusing one. What is the purpose of this room? What was he using it for? I love Salazar. He's such a little trickster. He's a scamp. I just can't stay mad at him. Oh no, it's that scene from Total Recall. If you're ever having trouble with this room, just make sure you have a flash grenade, because they are insta-kills on the Plagas. Easy as pie. Screw it. I'm using my rocket and hoping it kills both. I can't believe that worked. And they never saw it coming. They'll see that my mind is too fast for lies. Alright, Verdugo. I came prepared for you. Just gonna run by. Actually, I should make some super healing in case using this at point blank range hurts me. Hasta la vista, baby. And that is how you fight Verdugo. Maybe you don't shoot him from so close up, but that's the gist. So, I'm not judging or anything, but why is that El Gigante dressed in S&M gear? I just learned about this recently, but apparently, if you walk over to this corner, you can pick up all of the money that you missed out on during the minecart segment. I've beaten this game like 4 times and I didn't know that. All that money lost. Like tears in the rain. This is maybe my favorite room in the entire game. It's just so silly. Why does Salazar have this giant evil robot statue of himself? Like, a giant statue I would get. He's compensating for his height. But why is it mechanical? And who could forget the most formidable ally of the Salazar family? Donkey Kong. So, the nice thing about RE4 is that every boss is a one-hit kill with the rocket launcher. And if you have the money, you can just buy the rocket launcher at any point. So, bye Salazar. The Red 9 is already the best pistol in the game. But with the power of mercantile sorcery, the merchant can push it beyond its limits and make it even more godlike.
That old stranger?
That almost doubled the firepower. The Red 9 is now as strong as the original rifle was. Stronger, actually. Come on out, buddy. I know you're in there. I met your friend who was stuck in a freezer a few games ago. Didn't much care for him. I genuinely think this sequence with the regenerators is the best part of the entire game. Maybe the best section of any Resident Evil game. When that Resident Evil 4 Remake gameplay trailer came out, I saw someone saying that the chainsaw parry with the knife was too goofy. And I'd just like to remind everyone, that this knife fight is not even the silliest thing in the game. It's probably not even the silliest thing on the island. The fact that this laser hallway is so much more complicated than the one that Jill and Chris encountered in Umbrella Chronicles makes me think that Capcom felt the need to up their trap game after they realized that people could just get through them by doing a few choice somersaults. Also because the crazy laser pattern that is unbeatable is by far the best part of that original Resident Evil movie. Even if it is kind of just ripping off Cube.
So,
Hey Krauser, nice to see you again. Why did you take your shirt off?
Do you really want to know?
I never really thought about how much double crossing is going on in this game. Like, Luis is working for Sadler and double crossed him. Krauser is working for Sadler but is also working with Ada and Wesker. And Ada is working with Leon but also against Krauser. And Krauser is planning to kill Ada and Leon for Wesker. The cool thing about this fight with Krauser is that it is way easier if you also only use the knife. Krauser's got that big knife arm, and everything that he's doing is close combat. If you play by his rules, you can take him down easy. See? Only takes something like 10 hits and he's down for the count. It's a really fun detail, I really like that. I think a lot of people forget about this section, where you call in a helicopter and massacre this entire island community. Watch out, Leon. He knows Pai Mei's 5-point exploding heart technique. Don't take any more steps. So, Sadler's mission was to inject Ashley with the Plagas, then give her back to the president, and she would infect the American government, and Sadler would puppet the American government, and eventually the entire world. As far as Resident Evil plans go, it's actually pretty sound. That being said, when it's all laid out like that, it sounds like the plot to a bad Metal Gear Solid game. Hope you like this trick, Sadler. I learned it from another guy with a big pulsing eyeball. Alright, let's get that rocket launcher and blow this popsicle stand. Well, I gotta rearrange my inventory first.
Please! Behind us!
I know, Ashley. It's so cool. It's just like the end of Deep Rising, which is, tonally, a better Resident Evil movie than the actual Resident Evil movies. I think it would be pretty funny if, after all that, Ashley just drowned. Right here.
So, after you take me back to my place, how about we do some, overtime?
Sorry.
Damn. Shoot your shot, Ashley. You may think that that's the end of RE4, but we're not done yet. We need to see what Ada was doing. I wonder why they didn't remaster these cutscenes. Maybe they just assumed that nobody would play Ada's campaign. Hey, Chainsaw Lady. I'm probably supposed to fight you, but instead, I'm gonna cheese you. Okay, pistol doesn't work. Let's try something more heavy duty. Adieu, Chainsaw Lady. Hope the water's not too cold for you down there. Why aren't you using the remastered version of this cutscene? It's the same as the base game. Come on, I already dealt with this trap. Let me out, please. Let me out, please. Okay, I have no nice words to say about this room. Why would you have guns pointed at your own boat? Seems like you're asking to be sabotaged. And there goes the boat. Is it going to fully sink? Hold on, let's get a better view of this. It's totally gone. How deep is that port? I'm just gonna slash you to death again. See how easy it is with the knife? I didn't even have enough time to pick up all the items that were on that platform. Does Sadler always have that eye in his mouth? Like if he deep-throated a popsicle, would his eye get cold? And if he drinks some orange pico tea that's too hot, would he burn his tongue and his eye? I just don't feel like having a giant eye in your mouth would be good. And Ada flew into the sunset, getting the happy ending that all bioterrorists deserve. I really like the idea that, since the dissolution of Umbrella, Chris basically just has to do cleanup for the rest of his life. Oh, there's bioweapons in Africa? Just send Chris. He can deal with it. I've made it very clear that I love Resident Evil 4. But it did kind of taint a lot of the Resident Evil games afterwards by making them think, wow, I need to be Resident Evil 4. And the only way they can do that is by emulating moments from Resident Evil 4 but poorly. And here we get the opening village scene, but instead of Dr. Salvador with a chainsaw, it's this big chunky dude with an axe. One positive that I will give Resident Evil 5 is that there's a lot more variety to the melee options. You got hooks, straights, uppercuts, neck breakers, stomps. If your partner's nearby, you can do follow-up combos. That's why I'm playing with infinite ammo and an unupgraded pistol. I call that the punch shit build. I know that some people don't like Sheva as an AI partner, but I'll take her over Ashley any day, because Ashley can't do sick follow-up roundhouse kicks. Oh no, I have to save that white lady from being corrupted by the African disease. I was too late. Now, you may be watching this and thinking, wow, a white soldier going into Africa, trying to save a white woman and mowing down hordes of black civilians sounds really bad. How did Capcom think this was okay? And what I would say to anyone thinking that is, you sweet summer child, you innocent babe swaddled in cloth, ignorant to the horrors of the world and the treachery and depravity of mankind. Devalue your innocence, because you haven't seen shit yet. It will get way worse before it gets better. A monster that you fight in a locked, enclosed space that you have to defeat using the temperature? Where have I seen that before? A crazy guy with a chainsaw and a bag on his head? Where have I seen that before? Alright, get up there, Sheva. Does somebody nearby have dynamite? Yep, they did have dynamite. Also, not invincible during cutscenes. Remember that terrible fight with the big bat from Resident Evil 0? Yeah, they did it again. Stop with the big bats. This one does have a much better design because it doesn't just look like a bat. But stop with the bats. I totally forgot that there was a turret sequence. Not surprising though. every shooter from 2007 to like 2012 had a turret sequence. An El Gigante. Where have I seen that before? So, this is Lost in Nightmares. It's a DLC mission that was clearly story content that was cut out. So I'm going to play it right now, rather than later. Since we are looking for Spencer, we have to go searching through another Spencer mansion. So this entire mission is basically just decently done nostalgia bait. Wait, I recognize this note. Is this for Itchy Tasty? It is. Well, why is it here? It's so funny to write a note about how between Ashford, Marcus, and Spencer, only Spencer is still alive. I wonder what the connection could be. I wonder why he survived and those other two didn't. Wonder who started the fire. Well, it was always burning since the world's been turning, I can tell you that. I wonder if Jill's gonna play Moonlight Sonata.
Jill!
Okay.
Weird. Wonder how I knew that. The reason I say that this was clearly cut story content is A, because this is shown as a flashback in the main game, and B, because of this fight. This fight, early on, would have been a really good gameplay setup to fighting Wesker, because you're not supposed to win this fight. You have limited ammo, and the window to hit him is super slim. You can beat him, but it's really hard to do. Narratively, it makes sense to show Chris and his partner getting his ass kicked here, because then it's more satisfying when you beat the shit out of him later with your new partner. But they cut it out of the main game, so now it's just some kind of weird prequel mission that you have to pay extra for. Oh, here's my chance. Don't mess up the button prompts. Holy shit. I actually got him. I beat Wesker. I honestly thought I was just gonna have to wait the clock out on that one. Remember when I said that the game was going to get worse? This was what I meant. Tribal masks and straw huts. Literal spear throwing. I don't understand how anyone at Capcom looked at this and thought, this is fine. We can ship this. Like, I can kind of understand how Capcom came to these decisions. What if we did RE4, but instead of rural Spaniards turning crazy from a virus, it was the same concept in another country? And it just doesn't work here. It also doesn't work in 6, but we'll get to 6. Oops. I thought she was all the way across. That's my bad. Wouldn't be a Resident Evil game if we didn't have to run away from a building that's going to explode. I thought that I remembered this game decently well, but I have no memory of this segment. Another thing that Resident Evil 5 does understand is that just railing into a boss with a minigun is almost always fun. Uncharted came out a few years prior to Resident Evil 5, and it was a big hit. So here's the section where we stop playing a Resident Evil game and temporarily play an Uncharted fan game. Doesn't seeing all this just make you think Resident Evil? Not Uncharted or Tomb Raider or Lego Indiana Jones. No, this is Resident Evil right here. Now it's time for everyone's favorite part of a Resident Evil game. Laser beam refraction puzzles. Alright, just gotta turn this one. No, not that way. That's gonna... Okay. That was on me. So, after reading that note that said that all these flowers are being used by Umbrella to work on the progenitor virus, you'd think Chris would just burn all these. Just burn the entire field. Every problem in every Resident Evil game exists because of that flower bed. For as much shit as I give Resident Evil 5, I actually really like this fight. Monster design's cool, the way of damaging it is fun, and I really like the lighting. I've always considered it a highlight of the game. You know what else was popular in 2009? Cover shooters. So this is the section where it stops being a Resident Evil game and momentarily becomes a Gears of War fan game. Playing this right after playing Resident Evil 4 does make the point of this area pretty transparent. Like, Resident Evil 4 ended with you going through a more gritty, mechanical area where you deal with armed militia. So what if we just did it again in 5? You fool, don't you know that I'm immune to grenades in cutscenes? Except for earlier when I wasn't immune to grenades in cutscenes. On one hand, I think that this boss fight is really lazy, since it's just the same as the first one. However, I also think that the decision to give you a flamethrower to fight it with rocks. So I'd say the pros and the cons even out. Nice RPG. I don't think you want to use that in close quarters. Lord knows that I don't want you to. Oh. I didn't know that Chris had the world. Tokiga Mokudes. You're allowed to unfreeze now. I probably botched that pronunciation, but whatever, I'm working off of what I remember from Heritage for the Future Supers. Leave me alone. Now, this Wesker fight is why you buy the rocket launcher. Because you knock Jill out, and then you hide from Wesker. And when he's not looking, you peek out and pop him. He'll catch it, but if you shoot the rocket while he's holding it, you win the fight. Automatically. Here he comes. Let's see if I can still do it. Hell yeah. That's right. I still got it. I really like Jill's design in this game. It reminds me a lot of the main girl from John Carpenter's Ghosts of Mars. Which isn't a good movie. But I really like the art and costume design. And I really like this fight. Because you get to do sick throw combos on her. You want to help me out, Sheva? Or are you just going to watch? So, this is Desperate Escape. This isn't cut story content. It's DLC. This is where it goes in the story, so I'm playing it here. Alright, where's that other chainsaw guy? I can hear him. Oh, there he is. There you are. Having trouble getting down, buddy? Well, it's okay. A lot of us are afraid of heights. So, you just stay up there. You know what? I don't even know your name, but I'm tired of you. There. That's taken care of. Alright. Just have to survive for 5 minutes and the mission's done. Are you kidding me? This part is, worse than I remember. Come on. Come on. Come on. Christ. I don't remember that mission being so annoyingly difficult at the end. In a sense, it does create some real tension, especially when that timer extends, but wow, was that annoying. Here's a pretty solid rule about Resident Evil. If the level takes place on a ship, it's not going to be good. Dead aim, this level, the worst part of RE7 is on a boat.
This ship is huge.
The only exception is Revelations. which gets worse every time that you're not on the boat. It's the inverse of the rule. These dogs are cool enemies. You just have to ignore that they're ripping off the dog from the thing. So, the big twist to all of this is that Albert Wesker was a eugenics test tube baby created by Spencer. And there are other Weskers out there in the world. But Wesker apparently didn't know this until he went to go kill Spencer. The story of 5 is, it's dumb. It gets really dumb. I remember this fight now. This is what I like to call a Yorm the Giant fight, which is just a gimmick fight where they give you a really powerful weapon that you spend most of the fight waiting for it to charge. No shade to Yorm the Giant, of course, because I think I'm in the minority who absolutely love that fight. You fight Wesker a lot of times in this game, and I think that this is probably the worst. Because all you need to do is restrain him once and the fight's over.
Do it now! Give him a shot!
Look at that. That's it. Got him.
Your feeble attempts only delay the inevitable.
I think I brought it up during Code Veronica. But Wesker can't teleport. He's just moving so fast that it looks like he's teleporting. Except for other characters can move faster than him for story purposes. It's dumb and inconsistent. Whatever. It looks cool. That's all it needs to be. Another reason why I think Lost in Nightmares was originally a story mission is that this scene represents the closure of Chris's story arc for the game. He couldn't save Jill when she sacrificed herself to take down Wesker, but he can save Sheva when she sacrifices herself to take down Wesker. It's like a little redemption arc. Except, you know, the redemption doesn't mean as much because Jill didn't die, and you learn that really early on in the game. Now, I'm not saying that whoever wrote this game stole the ending from Battle Tendency, but that also ended with a plane crash into a volcano with a villain who considered themselves the ultimate life form. Here it is, the moment you've all been waiting for. Multiple games in the making. You gotta loosen up a little first. Yeah, now beat the shit out of that boulder. Now that I think about it, it would have been better if Jill and Chris were the ones shooting Wesker. I mean, Jill has more of a history with Wesker. And even in this game, I'd say that Wesker's been worse to her than he was to Sheva. And then, Sheva was never seen again. Please, for the price of a cup of coffee a month, you can help clothe and house these Resident Evil characters that Capcom forgot about. Let me be clear. I'm not 100% negative on Resident Evil 6. There are some things that I do think are cool. For example, a university being used for a political reception. That's a cool setting for a Resident Evil level. Something's gonna jump out. I just know it. Oh god, a white woman. I might just be a naive Canadian, but what campus has a metal detector? Actually, I guess the president was speaking here. It makes sense to have those. Hey, get off me, you. Okay, Helena, on which tracks? Ah, these tracks. This entire mission is clearly evoking Leon's first day in Raccoon City, right down to the gun store being one of the first places you visit. But honestly, this reminds me a lot more of Outbreak than of Resident Evil 2. It's like an hour into the game, and we've already done the wait in an area and kill a horde before a door can open bit twice. Great gameplay variety, guys. You're doing great.
Great.
Another puzzle to solve.
I don't know that this is a puzzle. You just need to put in every numerical permutation of 3 numbers, and then you're done. It's pretty easy. I'm sorry, did that booger pile just birth a new Body Snatchers-esque Ada Wong? I'll be honest, I don't remember any of the story for this game. And I certainly don't remember this. I really don't understand why Resident Evil 5 and 6 doubled down on catacomb exploring. Like, it was there in 4, but it fit. It makes sense to be going through that in Europe, especially when it's all attached to, like, an old castle. Not in America. It feels less like I'm playing a Resident Evil game, and more like I'm watching a National Treasure movie. Yet another wait until the door opens by killing a horde section. How unique. Perform stroke. Hey, I had a teacher in high school who also had that button prompt. For those of you not keeping track of the story, the President of the United States turned into a zombie, so Leon shot him. And now the evil head of NatSec is trying to accuse Leon of treason. So Leon and Helena have faked their deaths so they can go to China to fight the C virus. And yes, that is a real thing that you do in this game. You go to China to fight the C virus. Get off my plane. So this is a fun set piece, but I feel like throwing a bioweapon that expels gas out the back of an airplane is a terrible way of dealing with that problem. Beautiful landing. Just like Nick Cage would have done. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't remember if it was Nick Cage or John Cusack. It's been a while since I watched Con Air. The point is, it looks like the end of Con Air where they land on the Vegas Strip. Oh my god, I forgot that you have to go through an actual wet market. You go to China and you fight the C virus in a wet market. This is a real thing that you do in this video game from like 2013. So, Simmons took a drug that turned him into an immortal dinosaur, but for some reason, you turn back into a human after being shot enough, which is unfortunate for Simmons, because being a dinosaur seems pretty cool. But it's fortunate for us, because it lets us just beat his ass. Ah, my favorite Resident Evil character, Jeff Goldblum. Simmons, you fool. You know what happens to a fly when it gets struck by lightning? The same thing as everything else. Okay, but honestly, I think that the head of NatSec having a plan to release a virus into China is way more condemning to the US's credibility than the president's plan to be transparent about Raccoon City. Kinda shot yourself in the foot there, Simmons. I'm still unclear on what the deal was with Deborah and Helena and Simmons. Is this one of those things where I just have to do some reading in the main menu to find out what was really going on with the game's story? Alright, on to Chris's campaign.
Listen, sweetheart. You're here to pour drinks and look pretty. So how about you shut your mouth?
I think it was a really cool decision to turn Chris into a weird alcoholic asshole. A very nice character decision. If the enemies didn't mutate, this level would be indistinguishable from most generic army third-person shooters. Is the capturing of these UN hostages part of Simmons' plan? Or is this a completely separate but coincidental thing that's happening so the BSAA can be in China? Okay, but seriously, Put this in first person, and how is this different from a Call of Duty mission?
My rifle's not gonna cut it. I need something with more kick.
Oh. I thought you needed something bigger. What just happened there? Why did the tank explode?
Sherry Birkin, National Security.
Sherry Birkin, you were in Raccoon City.
How do you know that?
Claire,
Wait, are you Chris?
my sisters told me all about you.
Wait, in all that time between 2 and 6, Chris and Sherry have never met? Ever?
Who are you?
I work here. My name's Ada Wong. They held me hostage.
Resident Evil has a lot of stupid moments of characters not knowing each other, but Chris should know about Ada Wong. Even if he never met her personally, he should recognize the name. Chris says in RE5 that he read Leon's report of what happened in Europe. Her name must have come up at least once. Also, Claire has to have talked to him about Raccoon City. And even if, she never met Ada, Leon would have told her about Ada. Leon probably would have told Chris about Ada, too. Bioterror can wait. I gotta ride this panda. Yeah. Ride the panda. I would like to know the thought process behind having a giant invisible snake for this mission. Why is it here? Resident Evil 0 asked the question, what if a man was made of slugs? Now Resident Evil 6 asks the follow-up question, what if a man was made of bees? A question that was already answered in Snake Eater. Oh, I forgot there was a turret mission. Could Chris's campaign get any more generic army shooter if it tried? Why would you have this here? It feels like a liability to have when anyone can just go up to it and fire it into the ship. You know, I kind of feel like I shouldn't have done that. The only crime that guy committed was having good hygiene. I shouldn't have done that. In Resident Evil 5, I talked about how if there's a boat level in a Resident Evil game, it's going to be bad. And I'd like to submit this level as further evidence.
Ever since Adonia, all I've wanted is to see you dead. This isn't about vengeance. It's about justice.
I can't kill you, Ada. I have a character arc now. Oh no, it's Chaos from Sonic Adventure, and he's got the skull with eyes from the cover of Evil Dead 2. What a memorable boss. I remember this now. Right, this is the BOW versus BOW fight that's not as interesting or cool as the concept suggests. I don't understand how this was more dangerous than Ada's missile plan. I mean, 2 dudes killed it with knives. Just drone strike it and you're all good. I feel like Pier's sacrifice should have been to hold that big water monster back. Like, that would have been more dramatic. You're just gonna leave? You only had 1 bite of your steak. What a waste. On to campaign number 3. Jake and Sherry. Alright, let's break this guy's neck. Oh shit, we got suplexes? Don't remember that. Automatically makes Jake one of the cooler characters.
I'll find another way. Just don't wander off too far.
Don't worry. I ain't running until I get my money.
I know that Troy Baker has a long and seasoned career, but every time he speaks, I only hear kanji. This beautiful fellow is Ustanak. Get used to him. We're going to fight and run away from him a lot. He's basically the nemesis or Mr. X for Jake and Sherry's campaign. Now that I'm thinking about it, a lot of these Ustanok fights feel like rehashes of Tyrant fights from past games. Fought him in a construction site, just like the Nemesis fight in 3. This fight feels like a rehash of the fight with the Tyrant in the back of the plane from Code Veronica. How convenient that the 2 children of the men who caused most of the series' problems would have to work together. Oh god, I remember this mission now. This is one of the worst ones in the game. I hate these snipers. The dodge timing is so finicky. Did not mean to do that. Well, it was kind of fun though. Now I gotta go all the way back up that hill. I completely forgot about this part too. Further evidence that Capcom can't recreate the cabin sequence well. Whoa, I just windmilled that dude. Fear my unclothed combos, you mask-wearing losers. Oh, no, I thought that prompt meant inspect. I didn't want to start playing piano in the middle of a firefight. Yeah, I deserved that. Oh, missed my turn. Okay. Very cool. So this is the worst campaign, right? Man, remember how good the Final Fantasy VII motorcycle chase was? Had weird, catchy music, it was a fun little minigame, and then in the remake it became that whole epic set piece where you meet the hotshot on the bike, and then you do it again on the expressway.
Oh my God, Jake!
That's how you really do a motorbike chase in your game. Oh man, I got Project Aid. Now I know how Jackie Chan feels. I can't believe that I forgot about the flesh chainsaw. One of the few cool things from this game. Alright. Ustanok fight number 4. 5 if you count this fight from Leon and Helena's campaign. Okay, well, I'm dead. Now I'm definitely dead. Or not? What the hell just happened?
How is he still standing?
Are you kidding? How am I still standing? If I had $1 for every level of Jake and Sherry's campaign where our gear was stolen and we had to fight hand to hand until we got the gear back, I would have $2, which isn't a lot. But it's one too many for this length of a campaign. That's right, it's time for yet another Ustanok fight. How did he get to this underwater secret base if he was just pinned under a electrical tower in China? Who knows? But this is the last level and you gotta fight him somewhere. Wow, there's so much skill and variety needed to win this fight. What a satisfying conclusion to this rivalry. I've given this game a lot of shit, but I do genuinely really like this moment. 2 people having to use their strength to steady the gun together always gets me. It's almost always a good moment. Final campaign. It's 8 a time.
Well, that was a pain in the ass.
That wasn't even a hard puzzle, Ada. Well, that level wasn't terrible, but I would still add it to the list of bad Resident Evil levels that take place on ships. Is it bad that I know how to solve this puzzle mainly because of one of the traps in Saw 5? I feel like that's a poor frame of reference. This hallway, with these enemies, feels a lot like the asylum at the start of Dark Souls 1. I feel like I should turn to my right and see the asylum demon, you know? Simmons' family crest kind of looks like a snake eating itself. And if that's the intention, then the virus he unleashed really should have been Ouroboros. I'm sorry that your sister got caught up in this, Helena. However, I'm not sorry enough to not do sick-ass elbow drop combos on her. Are we going to watch the happy birthday tape again? Did Leon rewind it after he watched? So let me get this straight. Simmons created a clone of Ada Wong. Then that clone went rogue and is trying to destroy the world and is using the real Ada Wong as a scapegoat. This is a little silly. Now this is gameplay. Hey Chainsaw Man, you know what my favorite Bob Dylan album is? Blood on the Tracks. 40% of Ada's levels are stealth missions on boats. That's too high of a percentage.
Happy birthday, Ada Wong.
Now I get it.
Okay, so Ada, or Carla, is a clone of Ada Wong that was mixed with a researcher's DNA, probably also named Carla. And it sounds like Simmons did this because Ada won't go out with him. Oh no, she's made of the stuff. Carla, I can tell that you're a little angry. You need to chill out. Even by my standards, that's a weak one. I can do better than that. Alright, Simmons, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you the exact same way that Leon did. And it's definitely not because Capcom didn't want to make a second set of animations for this fight. So, Simmons fell in love with Ada, and had a researcher working for him named Carla. And he pulled a Vertigo and turned Carla into Ada using Carla's DNA. And that clone grew to resent him and secretly brought the Umbrella Corporation back to life under the name Neo Umbrella, and was planning to destroy the world. I think I have that all cleared up. I'm still confused on how her plans to destroy the world and Simmons' plans to spread a virus through China work. There's obviously overlap, but it sounds like Simmons isn't a part of Neo Umbrella. I'm still so confused. I've been trying to think of how to contextualize what doesn't work about this game in comparison to 4, and I think I've figured it out. Resident Evil 1 is to Alien, as Resident Evil 2 is to Aliens. Resident Evil is creeping and looming and dreadful, and it's very selective with its scares. It's reserved, just like Alien. Whereas Resident Evil 2 is more action-focused than its predecessor. And Resident Evil 2's not subtle about this connection either. I mean, you got Claire, who becomes the protective mother figure to Sherry, just as Ripley does to Newt. You got Leon, someone with training who's thrust into a situation that they're not remotely ready for. Sort of a combo of Hudson and Hicks and Vasquez and really all the Marines. You've got Ada, who's working for the company and trying to save the virus so they can make money off of it, just like Burke. Hell, even the endings do the same. Ripley and crew fly away from LV-426 as it explodes, and just when they think they're safe, the Xenomorph Queen appears to attack them. Just like how Claire, Leon, and Sherry escape as the lab explodes, and then are attacked by Birkin on the train. Anyway, my point is that you can't compare Resident Evil 4 and 6 using the same series, but you can with a different one. I think that the problem with Resident Evil 6 is that Resident Evil 4 is to Lord of the Rings trilogy, as Resident Evil 6 is to the Hobbit trilogy. Resident Evil 4 is masterfully paced. It's got likable characters. It's essentially one really long escort mission, and it feels like an adventure with memorable parts. Just like Lord of the Rings. Resident Evil 6 has terrible pacing. It's stretched way too thin, like butter spread over too much bread. And it's got characters that you already know that they're not as interesting in this context. And it doesn't really feel like an adventure. It just feels like a conveyor belt of set pieces. Just like the Hobbit movies. I don't know if that comparison made sense. I'm shooting this from the hip. It'd probably make more sense if I actually wrote it out and thought it over more. This just clicked in my head while I was playing Ada's campaign. This is the part where most people would see this and leave. But not our dear Ethan. He's much too stupid to do that. What we got in here? Some popcorn? Ah, of course. Talk about nuking the bird. I've seen the Blair Witch, so I don't trust this. But I'm going to investigate anyway. What a nice photo of an unassuming grandma. Surely there's nothing wrong with her. Best part of playing on PC isn't the mouse controls or anything like that. It's that you can do this shit. Just spin the item extremely fast. It's always funny. It's long been joked that video games let you play out the ultimate male fantasy. And Resident Evil 7 lets you live out the ultimate gamer fantasy, which is getting into an axe fight with your hot wife. I'm sure that will heal my new stump hand. Just pour some health juice on it. Any chance I can graft that chainsaw onto my stump hand? Seeing how you aren't using it anymore. Well, it's disgusting, but at least they are refrigerating their food. Here's a tip for this fight. You can let Jack get the keys and drive around until he crashes. Or, you can grab them right away, get in the car, and start ramming. No more half measures. How's my bumper taste, asshole? This must be how it feels to be Caitlyn Jenner. Alyssa Ashcroft. That's the reporter from Outbreak. I didn't think I'd see those names mentioned again. I think the brilliant thing about the design of the Baker's house is that, when cleaned up, it was probably an awesome house. Like, I love this pool room. It's really cool. It's oddly comforting. Alright, what we got in here? Another lockpick? It's just a gross box. Alright. What's hidden in the fireplace? Steroids. Hell yeah. Remember, kids, always take the steroids when offered them. Jesus Christ, I forgot you could do that. Can't get me in the safe room, though. Yeah, that's what I thought. Eat shit, Jack. Put on a shirt and go to bed, you old man. It's not exclusive to the Resident Evil games, but I really like that almost every game in the series has an item that you can look at and go, this is a trap. At some point in development, somebody on the Resident Evil staff either watched Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, or Motel Hell, or I don't know, maybe they watched Tiger on the Beat. What matters is that they decided to put in a chainsaw sword fight, where the boss quotes Evil Dead. And that automatically makes it one of the best Resident Evils. Oh no, the pants are getting back up. How am I supposed to fight pants? Jesus Christ, Marguerite. I forgot that she shows up there. That genuinely frightened me. Alright, I remember this one. You're not gonna get me with this one, Marguerite. Yeah, get out of here. Hey, Marguerite. Whoa. She dipped out of reality for a second. That was whack. This fight is really cool in concept, but I think it's probably the worst in the game. So much of it is just running around trying to actually find Marguerite. I don't trust that. Balls bouncing like that? Unprovoked? I've seen the changeling. I don't trust that. Hey, little girl. What's up? I joke, but that's a really good scare.
Now, look in the fridge.
Alright, I'll look in the fridge. Ah, lovely. Oh, he even taped a little note to it. You know, it's the little things that count. If he were to leave a note, what would it say? Cop dead, details later. Oh, it just saved. I don't like that. Nah. What are you doing down here? How'd you even get down the stairs? Damn. Lucas Cask of Amontillato'd someone. And this was way before the infection, so he was just always a sociopath. Alright, I was hoping you wouldn't follow me in here. What? Where'd they go? Did they fall through the floor? That was weird. You can do Lucas's trap without doing this tape. But I think it's better to do the tape first and write down the answers, so that Ethan just destroys Lucas's puzzle and makes him feel dumb. I remember this trap. I'm not falling for it.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Is that it? I'm just worried that it'll swing back. And the code is 1408. That number is dangerously close to being really, really bad. Wait, why am I bothering with the dummy finger and the telescope? I already know the password to skip most of the puzzle. God, I'm really dumb sometimes. The cake's going to explode. Get away from it, Ethan. You moron.
Motherfucker! You're supposed to die!
No thanks, Lucas. This is a crummy birthday gift. You can have it back.
There's only one left. There can't just be one left. What the hell are we gonna do now?
This isn't even a decision. It's my wife. I didn't go through all of that just to pick up some southern white trash girl. No, I'm leaving with my hot bioterrorist wife who tried to kill me a couple hours ago. Alright, who's ready for a ship level? I completely forgot that there was a VHS section during the ship where you play through the exact same level just before the ship crashed. And now we make the message that we sent Ethan at the start of the game. It's like we've come full circle. Funny how the message at the start also didn't have the droning boat siren going on in the back of it, but whatever, don't think about it.
Fucking hallucinations. Where is she?
Resident Evil has a problem when it comes to explaining some of the more fantastical elements of the series. But I think that explaining the supernatural stuff you saw as hallucinations caused by inhaling mold is actually a really good explanation. Is there somebody behind me? I know how to deal with you. You may be fat, but you aren't immune to explosives. That sounded better in my head. I don't know what connection being fat and immunity to explosives has. It just sounded right in the moment.
I'm not gonna hurt you. Hell, I never would have if I could have helped you.
I really love this moment. It shows that before Evie's corruption, they were nice and hospitable people, which really adds to the tragedy of it all. Except for Lucas. He was always an asshole. And with this note, we get two of the big reveals at the same time. The grandma in the wheelchair was Evelyn the whole time, and Lucas hasn't been under her control for 2 whole years. For my money, that's 2 really good plot twists. And in one note, no less. Way to go, Resident Evil 7. You did it. I'm proud of you. If I remember correctly, you can just run around to these dudes and take the ladder. I remembered incorrectly. You do have to fight them. That's on me. If you don't, they will vomit you off the ladder. And after all that, they show you the same photograph to show you that the E-series was right in front of you the whole game. I love that detail. Is everyone ready for an underwhelming boss fight? That was it. All that ammo you've been hoarding for the final boss? It was all for nothing. The rest is a cinematic cutscene boss. Alright, Evie. Prepare to feel the power of the cutscene gun. The most powerful type of gun. Fear my pre-rendered bullets, you gross child. You X-Men reject.
I'm Redfield. Glad we found you.
For some reason, Chris looks completely different in between 6 and 8. It's never explained why. And I kind of hope that they never explain it. I think it's funnier that way. But that's not all, folks. Resident Evil 7 actually got a lot of DLC. And I'm not going to go through all of it, because most of it isn't relevant. But there is story content. So let's start with daughters.
Always wanted to run a bed and breakfast.
Got your big break, didn't you?
It's so sad to see them before their corruption. Just heartbreaking what Evie did to this sweet family. Except Lucas, he was always an asshole. It's really weird to see the house before they put up weird puzzle locks and everything fell into disrepair. I feel like I shouldn't be seeing it in this state. I feel like I've walked into what the kids call a lover's quarrel. I gotta put this dog head into the door, which I guess means that this was always the baker's way of locking their house. Really not sure why. So there's a good end and a bad end to this campaign. And the good end requires you to do a lot of stuff like finding out Lucas's password, so you can learn about a box outside the house. It's a whole lot for very little, if I'm being honest. You do get to see more of the bakers being happy and normal, though. Which is what I love. Hashtag the bakers did nothing wrong. Not a hero. This is the first of the 2 big DLCs. You play as Chris, and I'm going to start it right up, because I don't want to have to keep looking at this imposter. I seriously don't understand why he looks like that. Just like 5 and 6, Chris has hand-to-hand combat. It's a weird feature to keep in first person, but I don't mind it. It differentiates him from playing as Ethan and Mia, so I'll take it. So, after Umbrella went under, they came back as a PMC to help fight bioterrorism. You should probably change your name at that point, especially after all the attacks on China and the US were done in the name of Neo Umbrella. I mean, I get that they want to right their wrongs, but maybe name yourself the opposite of an umbrella.
Everything's all right now.
That's just what he wants you to think. I'm just the bait, and you fell for it.
You couldn't have yelled that through the bars. I really like that this mission is basically a first-person Metroidvania. I mean, every Resident Evil is kind of a Metroidvania, but this feels more like one in the presentation. Why does Lucas have so many of these weird-ass Halloween 3 clown dolls? Like, where did he get them? One is an oddity. How do you get two?
Hey, you okay?
Lucas, I know you like your tripwire traps. This is overkill. That's right. There was a lab, underground, near the Baker estate, the whole time. It's not an umbrella lab, it's a connections lab, which is a very important distinction, considering they serve the exact same role in the story. Except now Umbrella is good. So this is Evelyn's room. I can't even blame Evelyn for going crazy in here. It's not like a fake house, it's just a padded cell. What did the researchers think would happen? Hi, Lucas. Remember me? You should start running. Hey, he took my advice. Lucas's mutated form reminds me a lot of Birkin's when you fight him in the Nest Lab. It's a really good design. I'm not mad that they're basically the same. Alright, Lucas. You dead? Just had to be sure. Your dad certainly didn't die that easily. And finally, my favorite extra campaign that Resident Evil has ever put out, End of Zoe. They never get mentioned in the main game, but there was another member of the Baker family. His name is Joe. He eats bugs off the ground, and he fights the molded with the power of pugilism and wrestling moves. This shit is really silly and it rocks. Resident Evil 8 recently got DLC that puts it in third person, and I hope Capcom does the same for 7, because it would just turn this campaign into watered down God Hand. Which, you know, it's watered down, but it's better than the no God Hand that Capcom is currently giving us. I guess this is technically a boat level. I'm going to consider this the exception to my rule about Resident Evil boat levels, because you get to do some rad shit here. And that counts for a lot. The reason that I love this campaign so much is that it answers a universal question I've long been asking. What if video games let you powerbomb the Swamp Thing? Well, you were a formidable opponent, but it looks like I came out ahead.
Jack? What the fuck?
That's right. Jack Baker's not dead yet. He's just living it up as Swamp Thing. And now, for the greatest upgrade in Resident Evil history, the Power Glove. In a DLC about punching things, Resident Evil gives you the power to punch harder.
Ready for use.
It's a phenomenal move, Resident Evil, and I think that whoever made that design choice should be paid more to work less, and I'm not kidding. Alright, you're gonna go down faster this time. I've got a power glove. One punch. That's some good shit. They probably actually put this enemy here so you can feel the difference in power. That's a really smart move. Alright, Jack. You want a round 2? Because I kicked your ass without a glove the first time. And I'll do it with one now. Did he just taunt me? That asshole. You shouldn't have taunted me, Jack. This is what you get. Let's see you walk that one off. You put the Jack in jackass. I could probably think of a better one, but whatever. That's the last fight in the entire game, so I'm gonna say that that's the best one-liner that I need to say.
When Capcom announced this camera change, they talked about how it would be done in a way that you'd never be able to see Ethan's face. But that's not true, because now you can clearly see his face, and that he just kind of looks like Tony Hawk.
Chris? What the hell?
Hey, you don't look like the Chris that I know. And the Chris that I know would never shoot my wife in the face that many times. I don't like this. Last time I had to open a dresser like this, there was a Spaniard inside. What lurks inside you now? It's just a little mouse. Just a little Despero. One of this game's best assets really is its setting and atmosphere. I mean, just look at this Castlevania bullshit. I love it. I want more of it. Oh. Hey, boys. If I break this box, are you gonna jump down? I guess I'm gonna find out. Nothing. Guess they didn't care. This is Heisenberg. He's my favorite character in the game. He's basically Magneto. They tried to explain his powers away with science, but at this point in Resident Evil, it's magic. He basically has magic. I don't know why we try and explain it with science anymore. Resident Evil 0 had men made out of slugs. Resident Evil 6 had men made out of bees. And Resident Evil 8 has girls made out of flies. I look forward to seeing what people will be made out of in Resident Evil 9. I'm hoping it's snakes. Alright, girl. You need to chill out. Wait. No, I already used that one on Carla in RE6. You'd think I would have a better cold-themed one-liner repertoire. They're not hard to pull from. I could just take any one-liner from Batman and Robin. I gotta up my cold-themed one-liner game. Okay, I can understand the drinking the blood. She's basically a vampire. But bathing in it seems a little extreme. Actually, now that I think about it, this room only exists for the perverts who want to fantasize about Dimitrescu taking a bath. Hi, Lady D. How are you doing? Why wouldn't you have doors that accommodate for your height?
What the hell do...
Oh no, I needed that hand. How am I gonna do shadow puppets for my daughter now? I remember going crazy when I first did this puzzle because I thought that you had to input the notes perfectly in sequence. It turns out that you can just slam the keys and eventually you will get it. Easy as pie. Now, Years of Abbott and Costello films and anime have taught me not to open scary coffins, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's just some skulls. Why are there multiple skulls? Did multiple heads get put in that coffin? Hey, I'm all for getting bit by a hot goth girl, but save it for another time. I gotta solve some puzzles. And save my daughter.
You're the one who's cursed.
God. Ethan thinks he's so cool. And his one-liners are just terrible. I love it. To defeat Mother Miranda, you must first defeat the Four Lords. Gravelord Nito. The Witch of Izalith. Seath the Scaleless. The Four Kings. Oh, wait. That's a different game.
Why, you have your daughter right in your own hands.
Those bastards. They turned my daughter into LCL fluid. Where are those gross noises coming from? Is there a guy in here? Oh, it's just a pig. You all saw that. He attacked me. Clearly self-defense. House Beneviento. Now, my knowledge of the Romantic languages is not what it once was, but I believe that would make this the good coming house. I love that they just take away all of your weapons and go, alright, solve this puzzle and then you can leave. It's a nice section. Up until the end where it becomes the scariest thing that I've ever seen in a video game. Okay, let's get this over with. This baby, this goddamn Eraserhead baby, is the worst thing that I have ever seen in a video game. Thinking about it makes me stressed out. It is absolutely horrifying. Every time that I think of replaying Resident Evil 8, I second guess myself because of this section. And I love it. It's probably the best part of the game for how effective it is. Just watching the static channel, huh? Well, I won't bother you then. I think there's a good part coming up. This is a crazy set piece. It's just like Jonah, a VeggieTales movie. I've never noticed it before, but Ethan uses the piece of the zipline that broke off at the castle to zipline here. That's a really good detail. Yeah, sleep with the fishes, you bloodborne fishing hamlet reject. Looking like the radiated fish from The Simpsons. Get out of here. What treasure do we got in here? Yeah, Wolf's Bane. Which I apparently have infinite ammo for. Cool. I don't remember how I got that, but I apparently have it. It was very nice of Heisenberg to leave directions. Otherwise, how would I have known where the giant factory was? Alright, grenade launcher. Why do I have infinite ammo for this? Did I just never buy infinite ammo for the starting weapons when I was playing this originally? What was past me doing? I love the late game dynamic that they throw in here with Heisenberg. That he actually hates his situation and wants to get rid of Miranda too. I wish that you could take him up on his offer and just not use Rose's powers. I feel like we'd be a good tag team. This is a really cool visual, but where did Heisenberg get all of these bodies? Like 20 to 30? That's believable. This is hundreds. I sure do hope that nobody in this conspicuous hallway wakes up and fights me. Huh. I can't believe that none of them woke up. Guess I gotta go through this hallway again. You devil. You scoundrel. You scamp. I knew you were going to do it, and it still got me. What do we have in here? Ball mold. Yeah, if you have that, you should probably see a doctor. I guess my real question is, where is Heisenberg getting funding for all this? I mean, Dimitrescu was a noble and an aristocrat before she got the Kadu placed inside of her. Is he like a general contractor on the side? And when we combine these, we get Heisenberg's hammer, which you don't get to use as a melee weapon for some reason. Real missed opportunity there. It seems so obvious. I respect that whoever designed this fight said, it's not enough that you should have to fight a man with a chainsaw propeller for a head. He should be able to throw out hurricane crossfires too.
You killed my wife, you son of a bitch! You think I killed Mia? That wasn't her. It was Miranda. What?
Oh, cool. You couldn't have told me that right away. Instead of having me think that you capped my wife during a lovely soup dinner. It was very nice of Heisenberg to make this tank that he can't manipulate for some reason. I love that line, but it does raise a few questions about Resident Evil 5. Mainly how public that knowledge is of what happened in the volcano. Like, how widespread of an event was it that a Romanian inventor with magnetism powers knows about it? I'll believe that he knows who Chris Redfield is. But why does he know that Chris Redfield punched a boulder?
BSAA craft spotted. 2 guards. I can take him.
Don't get cocky.
I never really thought about it before, but I guess this means that Chris and his team aren't BSAA. I mean, he was working with Umbrella in the last game, but who's he working for now? Is he just independent?
Let's go.
Come on, come on, come on. Oh, you asshole. Am I getting comboed by werewolves now? Is that what we've devolved into? And here, in the big lore dump room, they tie it all together with this note. Before Umbrella was even started, Spencer met Miranda on a trip through the mountains, and the Umbrella logo is actually a reference to the logo of the Four Lords. I love it.
You were murdered by Jack. You died there 3 years ago.
So it's a big joke to end your movie or game or TV show with X character was dead the whole time. But I'm willing to let Resident Evil off the hook because the twist that Jack Baker killed Ethan when he first met him, and Ethan's just been made of nothing but mold for the past 4 years, is such a bold and stupid direction to take the story. And I'm 100% down with it. It's over for you, Miranda. Soon you too will feel the wrath and power of the cutscene gun. Alright, so let's think about this analytically for a second. Every Resident Evil evokes a very different type of popular horror. 0 and 1 take from Night of the Living Dead and Alien. 2 and 3 take from Dawn of the Dead and Aliens. And you could say the Terminator with the inclusion of Nemesis and Mr. X. Every Resident Evil game owes some credit to John Carpenter's The Thing, but I think that Code Veronica in particular owes some credit for its Antarctic research station setting. 4 takes from European cult horror, Mask of the Red Death and The Wicker Man, also sort of Invasion of the Body Snatchers with the whole mind control element. 5 takes on a sort of tribal horror slant, Films like Cannibal Holocaust or Green Inferno, even though Green Inferno wasn't out at the time. But that type of movie. 6 is going for a more action-oriented horror. Snyder's remake of Dawn of the Dead. Revelations, which we haven't gotten to yet, but I think is worth mentioning because it is clearly inspired by what I would call just boat horror. Ghost Ship, Virus, Deep Rising, Creature from the Black Lagoon, that sort of stuff. Resident Evil 7 is very direct in telling you that it takes from hillbilly horror, like The Hills Have Eyes, Wrong Turn, and most notably the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, as well as Evil Dead, both the original 1982 one and the 2013 one. Jack also directly references Evil Dead 2. And also the Blair Witch Project for all of the found footage stuff. And finally, we have 8, which takes from the Universal monster movies and general folk horror. Now, there's a lot of genres and influences bouncing around there, but horror is a very versatile genre, and there are a lot of new directions that Resident Evil can still go. And I'm not going to say space, because Resident Evil in space already exists. It's called Dead Space. What I would love to see from the next Resident Evil is something very different, a very different genre, a very different subgenre. Maybe go into some early Cold War era horror. You know, The Fly, Man with the Atomic Brain, Thing from Another World, all very nuclear focused. I think that could work. I would also love to see something more extreme. You know, give me a Resident Evil that's inspired by Lucio Fulci or Dario Argento films. Or Resident Evil Loves Body Horror. Give me something that's inspired specifically by early Cronenberg. You know, The Brood, Rabid, Shivers era Cronenberg. I don't even know how you'd work it into a Resident Evil framework, but I'd love to see a horror game inspired by more experimental Japanese horror from the 60s and 70s, like Jigoku or House. There's still so many directions that Resident Evil can go in. I just really hope that 9 isn't something that we've already seen. Shadows of Rose. This is a DLC campaign. Came out not too long ago, and I haven't played it yet. So I'm quite excited for what lies ahead.
Right? Think of it just like walking through somebody else's memories.
So this is Inception, but I'm going into the brain of the Megamycete. Alright. This rocks.
How do I even do this?
Prepare to have your heart stolen, Megamycete. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this gun. Castle Dimitrescu is a really cool environment, but copy and pasting it with a few new puzzles and remixing the items, I don't know, it comes off as kind of lazy to me. I mean, I'll take new content, but there's something about it. Oh, we got another painting puzzle. Can I take these? Hell yeah. Frog painting is definitely something I want in my inventory at all times. Come on, give me an upgrade. A compensator. I didn't know you could fit a pickup truck in a box that small. Did the Duke turn my dead bodies into abstract art? Well, I guess you gotta do something with them. I'm interested to know why the host of the Megamycete appears to be the Duke. I mean, there was clearly a supernatural slant to him in the base game, but here, something's just off.
I'm tired of being a freak. I want to have friends. I want to live a normal life without this curse.
I don't know, I feel like you could still make friends while being a mold monster. I'd totally be friends with someone who has mold superpowers. That just seems like a cool thing to have.
So?
This is the elevator to the Beneviento house. I figured this whole DLC would only take place in the castle, but it feels like now I have to go through all the Four Lords areas. I swear to God, if I have to see that stupid giant baby again, I'm going to lose it. Okay. Well, I don't like that.
Yeah, I get it. Fuck you.
Man, I really like Rose. I'd like it if she comes back in a sequel, but I don't think she will. Alright. Well, something's gonna scare me at the top, right? Ah, it's just the mannequin. Get this weeping angel condemned criminal origins bullshit out of here. God damn it, I knew those mannequins were going to move. Even by Resident Evil standards. This is pretty weird. This reminds me a lot of the Scarecrow levels from the Batman Arkham games.
This must be my parents' house from when I was a baby. I bet other things also have my dad's memories.
So, is the big reveal going to be that Michael, my guardian angel, is Ethan? That's totally what it is. What's up, Evie? I thought I got rid of you when I shot you in the face. Several times.
Don't I came first? First? Why does she only want you?
Is Evie mad that Ethan and Mia chose to raise Rose, but wouldn't adopt her? Maybe it's because Rose never tried to kill us. You little fungal shit. Uh-oh, we got the moon dripping. Some Dark Souls 3 shit going down. Which one of you was messing with the Bayonet? Yeah. Father-daughter shotgun buddies. This rocks. Alright, what do you got for me? Oh shit, we got flash steps?
What would be the point? You can't save your father. You are of two different worlds.
We got mold redirect too? Alright. I didn't know that this was what I wanted from this DLC, but I am glad that I got it. Now I get the power of father magic too? Couldn't mess with a family that can do level 3 supers, Miranda. Alright. I don't know that I'll ever play it again, but that's a nice little DLC campaign.
In the past, I've been harsh to Resident Evil's boat levels. I'll throw it out there early that I think this is the exception to the rule. It's not amazing, but it's pretty good, which makes it better than the rest. So this is the big gimmick of the game. You can scan enemies, and you can get health or hidden items. I really like it as a system, and I'm sad that it only was used here.
Gather some more samples from the carcasses on the beach.
Ugh, that smell. Must have ruptured from gas.
I recognize that voice. Is Jill played by the same actor who plays Yukari in Kawakami? Because it sounds like she is. Hey Jill, can you maybe say something about ace defectives? I just need to be sure here. I wonder what gave away that she doesn't work on this boat. You don't think that their uniform had giant impractical boob windows?
Chris?
Oh no, it was just a dummy of Chris.
What is this?
Made to fool his horny coworkers.
Previously on Resident Evil Revelations.
Right. I forgot that they treated each episode like a television episode, because they thought that you would forget the story by playing in bursts on the 3DS. Another system that I guess 6 also had was the ability to carry certain parts that would affect your weapons. Only those two games for some reason. Though I've never played Revelations 2, I wouldn't be surprised if it also has that system. Man, I completely forgot that we have to do missions on Terra Grigia too. Hopefully this will clear you out. Okay. Thought it would roll into the other room, but I guess it worked eventually. Oh no. Not Terra Grigia. What a giant global event that won't ever get talked about again. I remember this fight now. It infuriated me the first time I played this game because it has infinitely respawning enemies.
But tell me something first. You didn't see any other FBC members here, did you? I can't reach my partner, Rachel. Damn it. I haven't heard from her since she went to the bilge.
Wow. What a strange thing to mention. I wonder who we're going to have to fight in the bilge. That was weird. Game just crashed. Please don't crash this time. Please. Just let it run. Damn it. Alright, so if the game looks a little funky in comparison to the previous footage, a texture flickering, motion blur, lower frame rate, it's because I'm now emulating the PS3 port of the game. Because apparently there's a widely known error with the elevator down to the bilge, where every time you ride it in the PC version, the game crashes, and Capcom just hasn't fixed it. So here I am. Alright, the moment of truth. Don't crash on me now. Yeah, baby, we're back in business. Is there something new in here? Okay, we got some upgrades, and Jesus Christ. I should have known. I really should have known. Hey girl, I was just reading about you. You know, you probably shouldn't leave a paper trail to your super spy terrorism. Just a thought. It seems like a really easy way to get caught. When I was playing through 5, and I said that Revelations was the inversion to the rule about Resident Evil ship levels, I was like half joking. But I think I was right, because the Terra Grigia level sucked. And the snow levels have been terrible. And the only part of the game that I've liked has been on the boat. Invisible hunters. I remember now. There are levels with invisible hunters. God damn it. Guess I'm just stuck with this subtitle on my screen. That's cool. No, don't make me play as Jackass and Grinder again. Stop it. This one's not that hard. You just shoot where the snow's being kicked up. Haven't you fought Crossbreed Priscilla? That one uncovered leg. I just want to know why. How is that practical? Yeah, baby. Chris has still got it. Alright, what do we have in here? 2 of the comms officer. Great. Phenomenal. Fantastic. That's just what I wanted. Oh no, we were on an entirely different boat. They fooled us with an editing trick that they learned from Silence of the Lambs. Ah yes, a diving level. My favorite. Alright, Jill, I expect a stellar dive. Ooh. That's not even a dive. The Russian judge is giving you a 0. Just a complete failure. Man, the dodge mechanic in this game is so poorly implemented. Like, just have it be a button. This move forward or backward at the right time thing is just awful. Thought I killed you? Can I get a rain check on this fight? This hallway's not a great place to fight you. God damn it, Rachel, I don't have time for you. When I said that I wanted a rain check on this fight, I didn't mean this soon. Go bother Raymond. Is that an RPG? Oh, both of you are going down. Can I do this with one shot? Come on. Eat shit. Both of you. Yeah, keep coming back and I'll keep putting you down. Don't test me. Ah, cool. Yeah. Another swimming level. That's exactly what I asked for. A turret level too? Are you kidding me? I mean, I know that this game is, what, 2012, but how generic can we get? Oh my god, it's like I'm playing Darkside Chronicles again. And that's not a compliment.
Now I will reveal what I know. Everything about the Queen Zenobia and the secrets she keeps.
Oh no. I wonder if this guy, who's threatening to unmask the grand conspiracy of the Queen Zenobia, is going to die.
The answer to those questions will lead you to an inconvenient truth. You were to have found it, and that...
Oh no. Who saw that coming? Chris and Jill, the unstoppable duo, back together again.
No.
Except we've only seen them together for a couple minutes during Resident Evil 1, and for that end mission in Umbrella Chronicles.
Disposal has been terminated. Please wait for the doors to open.
I recognize that voice too. The voice of the lab. I'm pretty sure that it's the voice of Elizabeth in Persona 3. No, don't make me play as these guys again. Stop it. Just let me stay on the ship. You know, I didn't need more evidence that Resident Evil can't replicate the cabin sequence. So I wish Resident Evil would stop giving me evidence for my point.
This is Forkball. O'Brien here.
Huh? What the hell?
All the sound just dropped out. Not sure why. Well, at least I don't have to listen to Jackass and Grinder anymore. Always a silver lining. Chris, maybe you should carry Parker. He's a big dude, and maybe you can fireman's carry him while I deal with the monsters. I mean, you're a lot stronger than Jill, and I feel like we could actually make headway like that. Alright, so where are we supposed to get ammo to fight this thing? Oh. So where am I supposed to get a rocket launcher? Holy shit, the ammo they gave me is a rocket launcher. Oh, I'm gonna run out of time. Oh shit. Wait, did that kill him? Is it over? Well, that was anticlimactic. Oh, are we doing another turret section? Why was Resident Evil so in love with turret sections for a while? I really wanted more Terra Grigia levels. I wasn't getting tired of those at all.
We assumed Veltro made use of 2 sister ships in the Terra Grigia panic. But there was a third.
final queen.
Wait, the titular revelation is that there's a third boat? That's the revelation? It's really cool that the final boss is just a terrorist and not the guy who orchestrated this entire conspiracy. Really satisfying finale to this dumb story. I did not remember the final boss being this terrible. I mean, the final boss from most Resident Evils isn't very good, but this is not great. Well, now I'm afraid to close the item box. And the sound cuts out for the final cutscene. Beautiful. Oh, great. I'm glad that Grinder and Jackass survived. I was really worried about them. Let me be clear in saying that I actually like Revelations. All the boat stuff is great. However, the episodic structure and need for there to be a B-plot for every chapter just dumpsters the pacing. I don't care about Jackass and Grinder. Stop making me play as them. Parker and Jessica are cool, but I don't care about Terra Grigia. Turret sequences? I'm over them. We've had enough of them. The entire game should have just been on the boats. Everything else, you can just tell in cutscenes. It's also pretty shitty that you can't even get past the 4th chapter on the current PC version. You can't even play the game that you paid for.
Bioterror.
Man, after the controversy of Resident Evil 5 and its questionable portrayal of race and evil viruses, I'm not sure that that's how I would start that game, but okay. It's taken a lot of Resident Evil games to get to a straight-up asylum. Way to show restraint, Resident Evil.
It's too dark to see. Shine the light around.
Switch characters. Oh, so this is like Zero. Actually, that comparison doesn't fill me with hope. Dodge is now a dedicated button. That is a solid improvement over the previous game, where you just had to have faith that the dodge would work.
You need a gun too, Moira.
No, I really don't. Sorry, I don't do firearms. Not after what happened.
Oh no. Moira, did you shoot Barry? Alright. Well, Revelations 1 had a bunch of references to Alighieri, so I guess Kafka is this game's literary motif. Which makes sense, even if it is incredibly unsubtle.
Oh my god, are you okay?
Yeah, that was almost a Claire sandwich.
Does Barry tell everyone that story?
Alright. That's a pretty good bit. A lot of the outside sequences in so far have made me think of Half-Life 2. But this specifically looks like an environment from Half-Life 2.
A radio tower. Maybe we can send an SOS.
We have to get to that radio tower, so I can tell Leon to tell Chris to come save us. Holy shit, I didn't think we were going to get a full-on skill tree. This rocks. Yeah, Barry Burton. The coolest Resident Evil character, even though he's only been in one game and he was a side character in that, who you could completely miss over if you only ever played Chris's campaign. Oh, look at you, little master of unlocking. You're on your way to becoming my favorite daughter. Did you just throw a brick at it? Well, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great, sweetie. I don't know that it was incredibly effective, but I appreciate the effort.
Ha! Who's Who's the master of unlocking now, huh? Come on, hurry.
Harry, how dare you? I already made that joke.
This was logged 6 months ago. Jesus, Moira.
Oh no, we're several months too late. It's basically the same twist as that one from Revelations.
Yeah.
About
Why?
you being on 2 different boats. I don't like this. I feel like this is setting up to be a cabin sequence. Who could have seen this coming? Don't get that close to the door. You're gonna get grabbed. Come on, man, it's so obvious. Grizzled beard man and small special child sneak past infected in abandoned areas. I didn't even finish The Last of Us, and I can tell you that this stinks of The Last of Us.
I don't know what you're seeing, but point me at it.
It's getting closer!
Invisible monsters. Just what I wanted more of. Thank you, Resident Evil. This bit hasn't gotten stale yet.
So where are your mom and dad?
They died. In Terra Grigia.
Oh.
You were there when the city
I guess we are going to acknowledge Revelations 1 after all.
This could have been easy.
Was really hoping we could forget that whole Terra Grigia thing. A slide? Is there a slide prompt? Ooh. How do you let Resident Evil 6 be better than you in this department? You know what? Screw it. I'm not wasting my bullets on this. Have a drink. On me. Wow, maybe I should just solve that problem with firebombs every time.
Wesker.
She's so scary. I can't stand her.
Who? The woman here with Wesker?
That is Wesker.
Oh my god, there was another one.
2 Weskers.
A twist you already would know about if you played 5. I just did that whole puzzle. And I don't even have space in my inventory for the puzzle piece. And I'm too far away to give anything to Claire. Gosh darn it. Wow, I'm really glad that I waded through old waist-deep pig blood for 6 shotgun shells. Seems very worth it. What the hell? My game just minimized for a second. Shit. I can still play through the capture display though. Come on. Clutch it out. Man. I can't believe I pulled that one out of the fire.
Okay, this should do it.
Now, I could be wrong here, but I don't remember Prometheus exploding as part of the myth. It kind of feels like that was unnecessary. I did your puzzle, just open the door for me. They're giving me a lot of alcohol. This game either wants me to make a lot of firebombs and disinfectant, or it wants me to be absolutely blitzed for the upcoming boss fight. Okay, this is a boss room. No other explanation. Too big, too open, too much ammo. I'm gonna kill someone in here. Put me down, shithead. That's not what I meant. That was weird. I was damaged, and then the damage went away. Not that I'm complaining or anything, it just feels like something went wrong there. I feel no sympathy for you, Neil. You sold out your coworkers to side with a bioterrorist, and now you get to die like a chump. It sounds like Moira hates guns because she accidentally shot her sister. Shoot him, Moira. Shoot him like you shot your sister. I'm done with invisible enemies. It was novel for a while, and now it's just annoying. Unless you have some fun new spin on them, don't put them in your game. Oh, did I kill 2 of those invisible guys? Good. Less of them the better. Oh, it just ran away. Well, I'm glad that I used all my firebombs on it just for it to run away. That's nice.
I just can't figure
Hey, Wesker, it would sure be a shame if someone broke your pots and aquarium, huh? Oh, I didn't think it would actually let me break it. I'm sorry, little fish. You had to die in the name of spite. And that's on me. I will live with your fish lives on my conscience.
Escape.
Oh. I think you're supposed to yell Persona when you do that, otherwise it doesn't work. I was just thinking that we needed another run from the exploding building section. It's like Resident Evil can read my mind. Oh, yeah, that's just what this game needs. Poison gas level. How did you know? And it's not enough that it be a poison gas level, it also has to be a maze. Great call. I love this for us. And just like that, the level is tolerable again. Never mind, this room is still full of evil fart gas. I recognize those doors. Is this gonna be a mansion? Of course. There has to be a mansion level. Well, I guess there doesn't have to be. There wasn't one in Revelations. I understand that the T-Phobos virus messes you up. But at what point do you go around decorating your lair with doll heads and shit? Also, where are you even getting all these dolls from? Oh, you destroyed your piano. How are you gonna live your sad Phantom of the Opera, Phantom of the Mall-esque life now?
I'll always need you. But for now, I have this.
Sorry, Moira, but this Magnum's more reliable. If you shot Polly with this thing, she definitely wouldn't have survived. A lot of the previous fights have been sort of unremarkable. This is really cool. Switching between Barry and Claire. I like it. I can see how this would work better in co-op, but in single player it's also really good. You know, Alex, rockets killed your brother too. Must just be a Wesker bloodline thing. That's a nice little game. Not the best Resident Evil, and not the worst. I'll take it. I like that they gave Barry some spotlight, and I hope that they keep making Revelations games to give some of the lesser characters their time in the sun. However, I wouldn't be surprised if we never get another one and this is the end. Oh, and she's evil. Yeah, I'm sure that they'll follow up on this plotline someday. But we're not done yet. There were 2 DLC campaigns for Revelations 2. I can't let those be forgotten. So we're starting with the struggle. This food collecting mechanic reminds me a lot of that one minigame from Resident Evil 7. I think it was called Jack's 57th birthday. That was a fun game. I hope that they bring back weird minigames like that for Resident Evil 9. Hey buddy. You want to turn around? I think his AI mapping is broken. So I'm stuck inside this house. I think the game wants me to use my guns, but this crowbar is so good that I Don't even have enough space in my inventory to keep picking up ammo. The crowbar is unbeatable. I mean, we already knew this. Half-Life 2 proved this like 20 years ago. Alright, where's the last guy? Hey, what's up, buddy? Stuck? What a way to end a fight. And now for our final DLC, Little Miss, which I believe is about Natalia. So, Natalia can be spotted, but can't sense them. And Dark Natalia can't be spotted, but can sense them. I guess if this entire DLC is going to be stealth, it makes sense to switch up the mechanics. This would probably be more interesting as a two-player game, but I'm playing it alone, so it's just moderately interesting. I think I threw that one too shallow. I'm gonna get caught, but I'm going for the door anyway. Wow, you guys are really blind. I can't believe that I wasn't caught there. Oh god, these guys again. It wasn't bad enough that I had to fight them when I could kill them. Now I can't even kill them. I just gotta run away. Please don't see me. Okay, no, you can't push me out. This is cheating. You cheated. This is bullshit. It seemed like there was one more section, but I guess not. That only took like 45 minutes. I'm not mad. All that sneaking was getting kind of stale, but it felt like there was going to be more to that.
The training. Punishing missions. Nearly killed me.
Hey, we're getting glimpses of Krauser really early on. Which is better than not knowing about him until he showed up in the original.
Even for a second.
That's a nice detail. Have fun dealing with this. Leon 1, Villagers 0. Oh god, no, I didn't mean it. Going for another village wipeout. Okay, that worked a lot better in the original. Why are you in there? Were you waiting for me, or were you hiding in the closet so you wouldn't have to go to church? Because I can understand either. Yeah, suplex. Still feels good, baby. Also, what the hell are you? Okay, I guess the answer is really powerful. Come on. Oh, that's a worse way to die. I was just gonna kick him to death. No! They broke the ladder. How am I supposed to go fishing? How am I supposed to get my bass? That's it. They've ruined Resident Evil 4. Come on. Into the trap. Oh, shoot. Come on, a little faster. Oh, you two are assholes. Is the egg still in here? Yeah, baby. The oven egg remains. We eatin' good tonight.
You too.
Hey, it's that dog. I knew they wouldn't cut you, Huey. I knew it. Capcom needs everyone to clap when you show up later. It's too good of a moment. Oh shit, it's a snake. I hate these guys. I thought you didn't show up till later. I really wasn't expecting that. Good placement, Capcom. You got me. No way, this will kill them all. Holy shit. Now that is a murder of crows. Dodge. Dodge. That was totally my plan the whole time. He doesn't notice me. Let's see if this works. Lol, eat shit, buddy. We've done it, boys. We've created a puzzle arguably worse than the sliding puzzle. Say the line, Leon.
Hey, it's that dog.
Yeah!
Hi there.
Oh, you aren't a regular dog at all. Loved you in the thing. Here it is, the moment of truth. Can they replicate the cabin sequence successfully? I am pleased to say that at this moment, this feels just as stressful, if not more, than the original cabin sequence. Very good job. You know what's scarier than a crazy lady with a chainsaw? A crazy lady with a chainsaw on fire. I don't like that. I think that this fight is a vast improvement over the original. Same difficulty, but it feels much more epic here. And I think part of that may just be because Mendez is moving so much more.
Give my regards to your god.
Hey, that's a pretty strong one-liner. Take notes, Resident Evil 0 and 8. I mean, they were bad on purpose in 8, but still, take notes. Hey, you put her down. It's just not the same if their heads don't explode on impact. That's how I'll know that the suplex has returned in full force.
How unfortunate. Do make sure our guest feels at home, now that he has chosen death.
Honestly, I love the redesign of Salazar. I think that he's a lot funnier as this strange, foppish, European Fauntleroy than in his original version. Don't get me wrong though, I love OG Salazar too. You're not gonna jump out if I take this key, are you? Okay, now. Nope. Okay, now. Guess I had nothing to worry about. God damn it.
Be careful.
Ah. The infamous water room. Looks more like the oil room now, though. I hope you guys weren't drinking this.
Close your eyes.
This really isn't bad. It feels like they've severely nerfed this room. Just feels like any other room now.
Yeah.
Now everyone can enjoy the water room. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Alright, not what I was trying to do, but it was pretty damn cool. I don't trust this. You know what, I'll just go back down here, don't mind me. Alright, big guy. This is gonna hurt me as much as it hurts you. Ah, who am I kidding? It'll only hurt you. I don't remember this in the original, but it is pretty funny to wave away all the traps and contraptions as something that one of Salazar's ancestors did, and nobody really knows why he did it. That's a pretty good explanation. It's the bass, baby! They didn't remove him. They just moved him. I take it back. They didn't ruin Resident Evil 4 at all. The day is saved. I can still go fishing.
Hey, Leon, there's some armor. Bet you could use it like a bulletproof vest.
Little old-fashioned for my taste.
Too bad. I think you'd look pretty dashing.
Whoa there, Ashley. You're not supposed to flirt with Leon until the end of the game, where you ask to get railed on a jet ski and he tells you no. What are the odds of that scene staying in, though? I'm guessing low. Oh, Resident Evil 4. You may be a new dog, but you still know all your old tricks. Now let's go grab that treasure.
Oh, it leads back here.
On second thought, let's go somewhere else. I don't trust this covered armor. It's gonna come to life and chase me at some point, I just know it. Hate to say it, but I knew it. You know what, Ashley? I'll take this over that sliding puzzle any day.
Alright, time to get medieval on your asses.
Did Leon just make a Pulp Fiction reference? That's unexpected but welcome. Oh no. Please let me go. I don't even know if I killed him. Oh, thank God. This room feels much harder than the original. Probably because I didn't have a rocket launcher this time. I am very sad that the remake cut the scene where Salazar goes, "Yeah!" It's probably my favorite moment in all of the original RE4. Alright, let's see if the old strategy still works. Come on, over here.
You're Ramon's lapdog.
It's frozen. Now the rocket. Boom, baby. New dog, old tricks. Man, this is all I want. A whole game of Luis and Leon. Hanging out. Fighting crazy people. This is the good shit. A very good change from the original, where the mines were kind of forgettable. There's no way he's close enough, but I gotta try. Holy shit, it actually worked. Bye-bye, cave troll. I kept it warm for you. With the forced drinking of the water that controls you and this minecart sequence, I really wouldn't be surprised if the Temple of Doom is this director's favorite Indiana Jones movie. Good taste, by the way. Oh. Now that is a good change. Certainly gives you more of a reason to dislike Krauser than...
What the hell?
He's just the next boss in the game. It's the statue. My favorite room in the game. And they combined it with the Donkey Kong room. That makes me very happy. I really hope the statue ends up chasing me, though I don't think it will. And with that, I don't think it's gonna chase me anytime soon.
Ashley.
Oh no, they took her jacket. Watch out, Ashley. You're gonna catch a cold.
You talk too much.
Failed! You vulgar, utterly uncivilized mongrel!
That was unexpected. But also one of the first times in Resident Evil that the protagonist hasn't stood there and just watched them transform. They're learning. Wow. So far that is the biggest improvement. The original Salazar fight was kind of boring, but that ruled. Hey man, looking at rocks? That's cool. Probably shouldn't have killed him. He was just passionate about geology. Come on. Come on. Over here. Yeah, it's always funny.
Ashley! Ashley!
Oh, that's nice. It's like a parallel of that scene in the 2 remake where Leon had to get Ada out of the garbage. Aren't parallels great? Come on, Oven Man. Come out wherever you are. That's gotta be it. Oh, Oven Man. Good old reliable Oven Man. God, I hate you. I mentally prepared myself to deal with the regenerators, and it wasn't enough. I am still scared of these guys. Even if they're easy to deal with. Still spooky. Why does it sound so close? Oh god, it's in the room. I'm taking my chances with these guys. If you don't mind.
I'm pretty much a master of unlocking.
Hey. How do you know that? I don't even think Leon knows that story. Oh, not those guys. Please tell me I can make a flash. Yes. Eat shit. I wasn't super crazy about the crafting system at first, but moments of panic like that have really sold me on it. Wait. That's not right. Leon was there too. Is Resident Evil 4 decanonizing Darkside Chronicles? Because if so, that's awesome. I think as soon as the knife parry was shown off, we all knew that this fight was going to be a major improvement. And it's insane how much better this is than the original. This is so much fun. I don't think this barrier will protect me from that rocket. But I have to hope. No, that didn't work. Mike!
What was that?
Yeah! We like Mike. We like Mike. It wasn't even the Ganados that got him in this one. It was the Novistadors. Rest in peace, Mike. You continue to be the best character in this game.
Oh, I'm sure she's fine. She's not the type to roll over that easy.
Sounds like you know her well.
Yeah. I took a bullet for her, and then we made out in an underground gondola, and it turned out that she was using me to steal bioweapons that caused a city to get nuked. You know, modern day love story. I can imagine Taylor Swift singing about it any day now. Come on, throw me a rocket launcher. Any day now. Thank you, Ada. Alright, you're small-time Sadler.
I'll give you a holy body.
Holy shit. Another pretty good one-liner. Leon's getting better. Hey, that's the boat that Ada blows up in separate ways. That's a really cool detail.
You know, I could put in a word with my dad. Have you assigned to my detail, if you're interested.
Okay. It's not as blatant as it was in the original, but the implication is still there.
I've obtained the amber.
Excellent.
Holy shit, it's Wesker.
One question.
I didn't think we'd actually see him.
Do not pay you.
And he is a completely different voice actor. Here's hoping they're setting up for a Code Veronica remake. Or if I'm really lucky, 0 and 1. Wow. I'm super happy with that. It had a lot to live up to, and I fully believe that it succeeded. Though, it hasn't superseded the original, as some people thought it would. I think this is more fun to play, but the original is so much more charming, and has so much more personality. And I feel like Salazar and Sadler had much less of a presence here. I don't have a lot of other problems with it though, and I can't wait to play through it again. Is that you 3? Already?
It's been like 4 minutes, man. You don't want to ease into this? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was fighting the goddamn Crystal Sage. Guess you've learned some tricks since the last game. Now, which one of you uses the blue spells? I see that RE4 is the latest to realize that you can make your game better by adding a grappling hook. Doesn't matter the genre. Oh, you're gonna get it. If I can turn fast enough. Still got him. I'm still the winner. Guess there's no sex discrimination here.
Couldn't have picked a worse time.
Consider the village infected. Complete local saturation.
I can't believe Wesker actually said the thing. They really are gonna remake Resident Evil 5, aren't they? Of course. Why wouldn't the coffin maker have a hand grenade? That seems like a common necessity for a burial. I mean, what if you need to dig a grave really quick? Glasses. Why'd he drop glasses? Did I just kill the town's optometrist, or did Ada forget the contacts today of all days? Good hit. Okay, I didn't say that we should trade. Important question. Is the egg still there? Damn. They put the whole chicken in there. You gotta season it first, man. You don't just toss it in there. This isn't Chicken Run. Oh, hey, Mendez. You wouldn't hit a girl with glasses, would you? Hey, that's his jacket. Sorry, Leon, but it might have a few more holes than you remember.
Stop wasting my time, Ada. Find Lewis. Fetch me the amber.
Wesker's getting a decent amount of play here, which really makes me think that they're easing into a Code Veronica or 5 remake. And only one of those games needs a remake, and it's not 5. Shit, that was pretty close. But not close enough. Maybe try working on your aim before you tussle with the best. Okay, I didn't mean it about your aim. You don't have to be a dick about it. It's nice that Capcom was one of like 20 people who watched my Resident Evil 4 video and listened to me when I said that all I wanted was to hang out with Luis more. Apparently Capcom didn't actually listen, as Luis helped me with one fight and then we got separated. Guess they don't call it separate ways for nothing. What a needlessly complicated way to get ink. What if you need to make a grocery list? Or fax something? You have to do the shield puzzle every time you want to Xerox your butt? What's it gonna be? Closed-in ceiling? Knights? Oh, not you. I already used my Total Recall reference on you. I was joking when I mentioned the knights a second ago. I didn't actually want them. Get parried, loser. Parry didn't work. Retreat. I'm getting tired of hearing you. God damn it, why do I talk? Shit, man, look at all these bugs. No wonder Salazar can afford a castle. He's got the Giant's Wallet upgrade.
A nest. Hope it's not a sign of things to come.
Ada, at this point you're just asking for more monsters to show up. Wouldn't be a Resident Evil game without a sewer level. Everyone's favorite parts of the games. I don't know who I'm fighting here, but this is a boss room. No doubt about it. Oh god, that's not what I wanted to do. Thank you, game. I just love being comboed like that. How'd you know?
You're not even trying.
Really, Ada? Because it kind of feels like he's kicking our ass. No way, he's dead. Wake up, buddy. Oh wow, how did I know? This really feels like a test run for those graboid worms in Code Veronica. So I'm not saying that Code Veronica will be next, but would anyone be surprised? Shouldn't have followed me, dummy. The zip kick may be the best thing that they could have added to this game. It rocks so hard. Must be how Spider-Man feels. I guess what I'm saying is this game really makes you feel like Spider-Man. Oven Man? You in here? Just a bass. Must be one of those animorphs the kids love to read about. Is that a rocket? That was a little too close for my liking. Do these turrets have friendly fire? Understood. Thank you, turret. Oh no, is this nest? Is this another nest? Those bastards, they did it again. I think you mean this is where we go, our separate ways. Let's see if the egg works like it did on Salazar. The egg doesn't work. I have wasted a full heal in the name of science. Man, even the DLC's gotta have a runaway before the island explodes segment. I'm never gonna escape them. Don't do it. Nice shot, dumbass. Now neither of us are happy.
Ride's here. You coming?
I think we both know this. This is where we go our separate ways.
See, Ada? That's how you name drop the name of the game.
I see.